Oh,
That's just the voices in your head, Farmer said, Carl. chat out there. Then yeah, okay.
Oh, dear.
Got no idea what you're talking about, Carl. You must have cross wires or something.
Oh crap, are we live?
Of
Um,
course we're live. We've been live for ages.
no, we
Oh,
haven't.
ish.
We haven't been live for ages.
So the stream's been live for ages.
Well, I've had the timer up, and I've had the rules
Yeah.
up, and I've had the
Well,
test pattern up, and every now and
yeah.
again I'd open the mic up.
Yeah, I'm going to say whether or not the peanuts can hear us was a different matter.
Oh, now and again they
But
could hear us, but not all the time. Like they've been listening to this, have they?
Yeah, I promised I'll keep on yelling for the next 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 4 hours.
His
Yeah,
voice is going to give out before that.
Oddly, a couple of hours ago, he threatened to do that for 6 hours to somebody else.
Yeah, what you're listening to is a live. I don't know what the right word would be.
Oh, yeah.
Dumpster fire. I call something else, but I thought no, keep it polite.
Yeah, down in somebody else's Discord.
Yeah,
And Blue's down there at the moment too.
that's where all the trolls have gone.
I mean, we can't get a word in sideways with Tony. Like every time I open the mic up, I bet you it's Tony talking again.
is vastly more complicated, and there are vastly.
Well, that was a given, really, wasn't it? Oh dear.
No, it's a live recording. Well, yeah, it gets recorded here.
Yeah.
No, not
There's
in
WhatsApp
Gems, Carl.
saying-
Not in Gems, Carl.
WhatsApp is saying Jem doesn't promote the fact that his 24/7 Discord is also live on YouTube. And I said, what are you on about? Everybody knows it is. He reads out super chats and everything. I thought it's common knowledge.
Elmig says press play to let the derp out.
And you don't care.
You don't care. I'll come back. Otherwise, I'm going to keep going back to the.
Yeah, you will. Maybe that can be the theme for tonight. We'll just check back in every.
Yeah, okay, I'll
minutes
I'll
or
leave
so.
myself down there then. Every now and again, I'll have a listen. It'll fill the void. We'll get a quote from Tony.
It's going to be a bit of a roll of the dice.
Like the volcano, not the illicit substance. Cracker Tony.
She spelt it with a C before, and I thought it should be more like the volcano.
Oh.
Exploding dramatically.
Yes. Well, last time Krakatoa went up, it was visible from like New Zealand. So
Yeah. It dimmed sunlight across the entire world, didn't it? We all, I mean, even here we got pink moon from it.
Yep.
Not true. Any of that.
Yes, it is true. Fuck off. You had your chance.
Blue's gone stuck down there now. Well, I do have a continuation of our exploits in Van Diemen's Land in the early days to continue with, to do with the First Fleet.
what happened?
Actually,
Backdrop their gravity.
all those birds.
What happened? I missed it. I can't see. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Hello.
Look,
Hello.
look.
There's a
I need.
gravity in the way.
I know I need extra subs, Paul, and extra views, but I don't know how that's helping at the moment yet.
You don't know how it's helping? Is there something wrong with you, Terry?
With the views I'm talking about.
With the views.
Paul, could you just sort of lean one way or the other, please? Come on.
No. What he does is he turns around and then he tries to talk.
Yeah, like this farmer's boy.
He turns around and goes, I told him not to talk with... Didn't your parents ever tell you not to talk with your mouth full?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's up? I've been out camping.
Oh, we've just been listening to Tony blowing his.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
yeah. We've got to
Is
get
that the right sort
Tony.
of camping? As
Yeah,
intense,
you ready?
Not as in...
Yes.
You're being a dick.
Yes. Not camp
That's not what's
camping.
Okay, water level responds to stuff other than the equipotential surface. But the equipotential surface will be the dominant effect on the length scales that you're discussing. Accept it
No.
and move on.
Oh dear. He gets a bit triggered, PhD Tony, doesn't he?
No.
Dear.
That was a completely inaccurate statement. He gets completely freaking triggered.
Yeah.
I do worry for his blood pressure.
We need PhD Tony versus the Rumpus. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, no.
I don't know how that'd go down.
I think that's happened before. I don't think it went well.
No.
I think it was a clusterfuck of enormous proportions.
Oh, Mr. 42's down there now. He's getting a taste. I mean, we could all join in if it was a nice, calm, relaxed, sedate, type conversation. Just a little bit of back and forward.
Yeah,
but
not those idiots.
but not.
And I'll let it go.
I can only say I deeply regret it.
Okay, he regrets it. Okay, somebody's typing an essay.
Yeah, I was going to say.
No, not an essay, just a name.
Sounded
Most of the
like
letters
that,
missing.
I think that sounded almost as loud as my keyboard used to sound.
Okay, so an A something. Is it a W or a V? My eyes are getting blurry.
A V.
It's a V. V for Victor.
So,
And an L.
so it'll either be Van or Von.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
so somebody Von something or somebody Van something.
Yeah. Father of microbiology.
Ah, well, that was too easy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you have
I
to type it
have to look up
internally
how
to
it's
Paul
spelled.
just to check.
I know.
And then do it to me after you do it to Paul, in case it's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always screw up the spelling of his name. That's why I'm looking it up.
Oh, you're looking it up.
I'm looking up the spelling. I typed his name into Google badly, and it gave me the right spelling.
Ah, okay. Yep.
Yes, generally Google can spell.
Yeah.
Google spells better than I do.
Yeah.
Not only do you have to spell it correctly, you have to pronounce it as well.
Well, there you are.
Oh, really?
Dora, no, Dora, I think you missed out on the V. Oh, you got the van.
I think Dora just missed the space, that was all.
Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, Blue's back.
That's almost the correct spelling, Dora.
Just so Blue doesn't miss out.
Very close.
When Blue connects
Anthony
to audio.
Von Riley. No.
Hey, Blue, we've got Tony here for you.
Without a straight line between the two that coincides with water.
Oh boy.
I'm still down there. So
yeah, I know. I just left. Tony's down there having a Chinese come apart.
He is. Well, put it this way: he started sober this afternoon, and he's still there.
That didn't seem to last as long as it probably should have.
What, the sober bit?
Yeah.
I know Beb's been there a fair while. I was there this afternoon.
Oh yeah, he came over with the whole crowd for the ambush.
SE looks like they left already.
Yeah. SE and I got into it a little bit.
I've run into that clown a couple of times, and I just despise him.
They're all thoroughly reprehensible individuals.
He has to learn sarcasm, because every time now and again when I ask him, I say, "Can't you? You got to say your catchphrase."
Mm. Mm.
La La Land.
Yeah, that's it.
You're in La La Land.
Yeah, that's it. What's that, Carl? The internet.
Jose was in there for a little while this afternoon, or yesterday afternoon. That's a marathon that's been going on for way over 12 hours now.
I tried to record some of it earlier with a bit of Bev in there, with the horizontal lines and stuff.
Those guys are just incredible.
Yeah.
Verticals that are all connected.
Who's that?
I don't know, some idiot. Probably.
I don't know who that was. That's Sugar Cookie. Has to either be Sugar Cookie or... because it wasn't Bev. Yeah. What have we got here?
Well, Bev is a strange little fellow.
I don't know what you mean. But they're at least like one parallel.
He's a hobbit. He's a hobbit with a water level.
Yeah, he is.
And he has successfully proven to the rest of the world what we already know, how a water level works and what it does. Well done, sir. Well done. It's taken you 18 months to come up with a test to prove that a water level does what a water level does.
I'll give him this. I mean, he has Euclid's books memorized perfectly. Shit, I forgot that crap when I left high school.
But
boy,
does he
before
understand
I left high
it?
school. But that's where his education stopped. He never went a step past that. He can't imagine that there's anything other than Euclidean geometry.
Yes, because he denies the existence of spherical geometry, doesn't he? It's not a thing according to him.
Totally.
Yeah.
But it's worse than that. He only understands Euclid as it relates to planes and straight lines. He can't extend into curves.
No.
He cannot visualize curves.
He can't grasp. Oh, sorry, Glenn.
Can't visualize lots of things. It's impossible to convince him that surfaces are two-dimensional.
Yeah, he can't accept that two curves can meet and form an angle either.
I've tried 50 different ways to
That's
get
because
the point
Euclid
across.
says that it's straight lines.
That surfaces do not have, or all surfaces are two-dimensional.
Yeah.
They can't get it. I used this one. I said, okay, guys, here we go. Let's try this. We got a sheet of steel, a piece of steel, 1 inch thick, 10 inches high, 10 inches wide. That's 100 square inches and 100 cubic inches, right? So it's got volume. I know that, right? Now, give me the volume of the surface. What volume? What is the volume of the surface? Because if the surface is three-dimensional, it must have a volume. How do I figure it out? And don't tell me 100 square inches, because that's not a volume.
Oh, I know the volume of the surface.
0.
It's a nice easy one to calculate because it's the same for all surfaces. It's 0.
0.
But what's the area of a volume?
Depends on the three-dimensional or the n-dimensional shape of it.
More importantly,
Just
what's
crazy.
the taste of next Tuesday?
I'm going to say the surface area of your plate would be 240 square inches, wouldn't it?
Hmm?
The
surface area would be.
of the plate would be 240 square inches.
But what's the volume of the surface area?
The entire surface area, right? You're right. 240.
It hasn't got one.
Exactly.
You know, Sorry, my brain just had to work out what the actual surface area was because my brain's like that.
So the easy way to demonstrate to them is take a piece of paper. What is the area of that piece of paper?
Right.
Just the top surface. We don't care about the sides or the bottom. Just the top surface of that. What's the area? Okay, now crumple into a ball. Has the area changed? No, it fucking hasn't.
To demonstrate.
It's all right. They walk among us. They walk among us.
Hmm.
They even walk among us on the globe. They even walk among us on the globe side. You know that.
Oh, you know, sometimes when you Google something, you wish you hadn't.
Constantly.
The last couple of replies back to me from Mr. Riley, instead of using the word model, he's used the word moggle.
Moggle.
I just looked up what moggle could mean. It's in the Urban Dictionary.
Oh, by the way, John Rapp would like us to look at his icon thingy, avatar picture.
Oh, thank God! I thought you were going to say something else.
I think because I think because it might mention 4 pi r squared.
It does.
It's just a little bit small.
Yeah.
It does.
We had someone in Gem Server insisting that a one-dimensional line had to be finite the other day.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Who on earth's got? Oh God! I have to.
And this was the same person that was trying to tell us that he can experience everything right up to the 11th dimension. What? And he was saying that the sixth dimension was something moving past you and you standing outside it. And I'm thinking, this guy's a freaking idiot. No. No, not at all. I'll give you a hint. It's the same person that thinks clouds are made of steam.
I still think there's several people who might come up with that. Who have come up with that, actually.
Yeah.
Who would that be?
Starts with a Z.
I think it does, Paul. I think it doesn't help that when we see steam coming out of a kettle, we of course are not seeing the water vapour. We are seeing the condensated.
Yes, exactly.
Cloud.
That's right. I mean, and I tried to educate him on the difference between the colloquial use of the word steam, or the everyday usage of the word steam, and the scientific use of the word steam. I mean, everyone knows that there is a difference, right? And but no, not him. No,
everybody doesn't know that.
Can only have one meaning, can't it?
Yeah, but Paul, I think a lot of people don't know that difference. Because
if you've got a background in science, you do. It's a lot of people that don't have a good background in science wouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if you ever worked around a power plant, you better know the difference.
You better, yeah.
If you can see it, it won't hurt you.
Well, not as much.
Well, not as much.
Now,
the bit you can see won't. The bit you can see won't hurt you. It's the bit in between the bit that you can see that will hurt you.
Yeah.
Yep.
But if you can see it, it's less likely to strip the flesh off.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah. Well, by the time you see it, it's reasonably safe then.
Yep.
You're right. In between that and the hole in the pipe, you better watch your ass. That stuff will take body parts off
quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially some of that shit I used to work around 3,400 psi steam cycles.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Super criticals.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think I mentioned once before they're using superheated steam to dry the duck feathers at the processing plant here. Now, instead of using gas-fired, basically tumble dryers, they use steam-powered dryers.
Yep. I know it's bad enough. I had to do a medium temperature heating system in a local hospital here, and as soon as you go to medium temperature, you can't just use one isolating valve. You have to use pairs of them, just in case one of them fails. And they have to have different materials inside to withstand the temperature and the pressure. Yeah, every butterfly valve was basically 2 butterfly valves. You had to double up everything.
You kind of want redundancy in that kind of environment.
Yes. It'd been okay if I'd got plenty of room, but I was working in an existing basement that already got plant in there. And in the end, I had virtually no runs of straight pipe in it because there were so many fittings and so many bends that they all looked at the drawing and said, well, that's a bit of a mess. I said, go on then, clever clock, see if you can come up with a better way. And several people took the drawing home with them over the weekend, come back on Monday and said, no, you're fine. We'll build it like that. Thank you. I haven't just spent 2 weeks working on this for nothing, you know. Bloody nightmare.
Yes, I know straight runs are nice. There's no room.
Correct. It was that tight. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hardly any straight pipe at all. But it's having to go survey ancient steam systems in undercrofts and underground service corridors. You know, half the lagging's off and there's no room. It's the middle of winter, but you're stripped down to sort of t-shirt and shorts because it's so hot down there. And you turn around and you just happen to accidentally lean against a flange and you've got this lovely melted imprint of the flange across your arm or something. Oh, God. Yeah, leaks
Pipe
everywhere.
work by Escher.
Yeah, well, it's just because it was, 40, 50-year-old pipe work, absolutely knackered. But new insurance rules, you had to go and survey everything that was over half a bar pressure. So we had to survey the entire steam run, all the steam lines, the condensate lines, all the traps, all the condensed pumps, the whole bloody lot.
That sounds almost as fun, farmers boys, crawling underneath a floor with a 1.5 foot clearance on a hot summer's day here in Australia, and you see something long and skinny slide past you.
Fortunately, we don't get them over here, and I'm eternally grateful for that.
Well, you get a few. Yeah, we get.
Yeah,
we get a few adders round here, but they'll generally only try and bite you if you accidentally try and touch them.
Yes. Yeah, just leave them alone. They'll leave you alone.
Yeah. A friend of mine got bitten on the hand by one. Fortunately, it was only a baby. And so the doctors reckon it was only a baby and didn't give him a full dose of venom.
Okay. Well, see, here over in Australia, if you get bitten by just a baby, that's only enough to kill 100 men,
Yeah.
It made his arm swell up horribly, though, for a couple of days.
What kind of snake?
An adder.
Adder. Oh, okay.
They're in the. I think they're in under the big classification of vipers.
I think so. Yeah.
Was it a black adder?
That's about as venomous as we get over here. The adder.
Yeah.
Well, Alan, at least you know it wouldn't be able to do any measurements. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Because if it's an adder, then it's doing calculations, and that's not a measurement, right?
Correct.
And it clearly can't do ratios.
Yeah, but I just wonder how many bits it's got.
A couple of important ones.
Of course, if it's a black adder, you can tell because it's got a thingy shaped like a turnip.
As opposed to turnip shaped like a thingy.
That's it.
Never fear, I have a cunning plan.
Good old slack bladder.
Yeah.
I must rewatch
So,
that series.
So how did the war start, sir?
What are you doing, Baldrick? I'm carving my name into this bullet. I mean, his logic was absolutely spot on. If there's a bullet out there with your name on it, then why don't
you want to own it, don't you?
Your name
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, you want it to be going away from you, not towards. Yeah.
Well, stick it in your pocket. You're safe then. It won't shoot you, will it?
I just love the fact that over the seasons, as Blackadder got more and more intelligent, Baldrick became more and more vegetable.
Yes. Yes. So what the markings on these map mean? Mine. And that's telling you? Well, belong to the map maker? No, Baldrick, you're in a minefield.
Oh, look out. Clive Wells is making funnies out there in the chat.
What's he saying? Let's have a look.
If they were young, yeah, and Dora, I guess they are bites wide, not bits wide, aren't they?
It depends on what level you're working on.
Well, yeah, an adder's going to be bite wide, isn't it? Not bit wide. Because I asked the question about how many bits they are, but it should be really how many bites.
We only have 4 poisonous snakes. We've got rattlesnakes, water moccasins, copperheads, and coral snakes. And the rest of them are fine.
Coral snakes are pretty nasty.
Yeah, the good thing about a coral snake, well, the only good thing about a coral snake is it's got to chew on you to hurt you.
Yeah.
Unlike those pit vipers, like a rattlesnake. Even a baby coral snake can be deadly.
Mm.
The coral snakes, they're the ones with like the red, black and white bands, aren't they?
Yep.
And there is a
They're pretty.
completely harmless snake that looks almost identical.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly.
There's some rhyme I never can remember what it is. So if it looks anything like a coral snake, I just kill the son of a bitch.
That's fair.
Be done with it. Truthfully, I've never seen one.
Yeah. No, I only know because a neighbour used to be into keeping snakes, and she had a couple of that. Or they had a couple of those, whatever the non-poisonous ones are.
They're pretty.
Now, here, if you see a snake, the safe thing to do is assume that it's very poisonous.
Yeah. Assume the worst.
I thought that's what you did with all the wildlife in Australia. Just assume it wants to kill you.
Well, most of it does, to be fair.
Oh, it doesn't necessarily want to kill you. It just can.
It's just going to regardless. Yeah. Never trust a freaking emu.
No, they can break your bones very easily.
Well, if you really piss one off, it'll try and disembowel you. So, generally, not a good end to a day.
Those big red kangaroo
One of the
things.
towns I used to live in, yep, they can be pretty nasty too. But one of the towns I used to live in, they have a flora and fauna park, and they've got emus in it there. And there was one that was nesting, and the keep went in and got a bit too close to the nest, and the emu basically pecked his arm and broke it.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Judy says rattlesnakes are good to eat. Yeah, they are, actually.
Lots of bones, though, aren't there? If you're not careful.
Not too much.
At least they've got actual bones, unlike fish.
That's rather tasty.
Ah, the fucker.
Oh, we got 5 kinds of poisonous snakes. I forgot about car salesmen.
Oh, yeah.
How about estate agents, or whatever you call them over there?
Yeah, real estate.
Which is worse, a used car salesman or an estate agent?
Used car salesman, invariably worse. Much worse.
Yeah, they're kind of second only to politicians.
Yeah.
Where's the crickets?
Carl's adding to the list out there, lawyers and politicians.
That's an awful long list of people to be stuck up against the wall come the revolution, isn't it?
Well, you've got to start somewhere. Haven't you? What's up, Terry?
What's up? I've got a naked person out in the chat.
Deborah.
Deborah,
Yeah.
put
Deborah.
your clothes on.
Yeah, come on.
Carl said, I've eaten python, tastes like chicken. And then Deborah goes, well, then just eat chicken.
Yeah, exactly.
Eat chicken, it tastes like
I do
snake. Well,
still-
just eat snake.
I do still like
Something
the bit from the Matrix about, maybe chicken does just taste like everything because nobody knew what it actually was supposed to taste like.
Yes, good point. Maybe it tastes like tasty wheat.
Yeah, that's the same sort of thought I had the last time I was staining the wood for a project of mine. about halfway through that, I started wondering why I just didn't buy some damn wood the color I like to begin with.
Because it was either too expensive or too difficult to work with, probably.
Yeah, it could be.
Definitely a lot easier to stain something mahogany than work mahogany.
I like working with maple, but it's really light colored. Doesn't have a whole lot of character to it unless you get bird's eye or something like that. But
John Rapp, chicken tastes like feathers initially. Only if you don't prepare it right.
Yeah, that's right, Clive. I heard it. Difference in a lawyer and a carp. One's a bottom feeding scum sucker, and the other's a fish.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. What do you call 50 lawyers at the bottom of the ocean?
Good start.
Yeah, a good start. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, what do you call half a busload of lawyers going over a bridge? Or off a bridge?
Space?
Huh? Missed opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah.
First death says chicken don't even taste like chicken these days. Certainly not that shit they hand you from McDonald's.
Soon fish will taste like plastic. Well,
Well, yes, there seems to be an awful lot of plastic getting in, doesn't there?
so this is a bit of an extract, I think, from what's been gathered of the First Fleet's trip from Plymouth to Sydney. I think they must have got somebody's account, so we can read it and listen to what they had to say. I think I've got everything written over there. If anyone's reading, it's down in, should be The Conversation, Black Skies in Raging Seas. That's the title down in homework.
Yeah, that came up and I thought, oh right, where's that hidden? I've just found it. Yeah,
that's the one. And the thumbnail's what I used for the. I took that out of here. So, Black Skies, Raging Seas, how the First Fleet got a first taste of Australia's unforgiving climate. I know it's got some stuff on the side, but I can't.
I don't think it's of any. I don't think the bits on the side have any relevance. Looking at it.
Yeah, I just made it bigger anyway on that bit. Okay. The woman screamed as the huge waves crashed loudly on the wooden deck. Horrified, they watched the foaming torrent wash away their blankets. Many dropped to their knees, praying for the violent rocking to stop. The sea raged around them as the wind whipped up in a frenzy, damaging all but one of the heavily loaded ships. The severe storm was yet another taste of the ferocious weather that slammed the First Fleet as it made its way across the Southern Ocean in December 1787. Now after an 8-month journey from England in a ship riddled with death and disease, the passengers' introduction to Australia was also far from idyllic. The unforgiving weather that greeted the First Fleet was a sign of things to come. More than once, intense storms would threaten the arrival of the ships and bring the new colony close to collapse. See, it wasn't plain sailing, was it?
Ah, no, it wasn't.
So how did the earlier arrivals to Australia deal with such extreme weather? Have we always had a volatile climate? To answer these questions, we need to follow Australia's colonial settlers back beyond their graves and trace through centuries-old documents to uncover what the climate was like from the very beginning of European settlement. By poking around in the settlers' old diaries, letters and newspaper clippings, we can begin to piece together an idea of what the country's climate was like long before official weather measurements began. When the British sailed into Australian waters, they had no idea of what awaited them. 18 years before the arrival of the First Fleet, Captain James Cook had barely spent a week in Botany Bay. He didn't even stop in for a quick sticky beak at Port Jackson, the settlement site that eventually came to be known as Sydney Cove. HMS Endeavour had only briefly skirted past modern-day Sydney Harbour in May 1770, so the British knew next to nothing of the land, its climate or its people. Perhaps they expected that life would resemble their other colonial outposts like India or an undeveloped version of England. With enough hard work, surely the land could be tamed to support their needs. But when the First Fleet sailed into Sydney Cove, they unknowingly entered an ancient landscape with an unforgiving climate.
Oh yeah. Violent storms. Even before Government Arthur Phillip set foot in Botany Bay, violent storms had battered the overcrowded ships of the First Fleet. During the final 8-week leg of the journey from Cape Town to Botany Bay, the ships had sailed into the westerly winds and tremendous swells of the Southern Ocean. Yeah. Have you ever crossed from the mainland to Tasmania, Terry, on the ship?
Well, even from Sydney Harbour, Sydney across to Manly.
Yeah, like going down through Bass Strait from Melbourne to Hobart.
No, I haven't done there, but I know that it's pretty wild going across over in Sydney to get across just to the Manly. That's even bad enough.
Yeah, well, down in Bass Strait there, plenty of people feed the fish. There's no wonder that's good fishing down there. Yeah. Anyway, ferocious weather hit the First Fleet as it made its way through the roaring 40s in November-December 1787. Although the strong westerlies were ideal for sailing, conditions on the ships were miserable. Lieutenant Philip Gidley King described the difficult circumstances on board HMS Supply. Strong gales with a very heavy sea running, which keeps this vessel almost constantly under water and renders the situation of everyone on board her truly uncomfortable. Unable to surface on deck in the rough seas, the convicts remained cold and wet in the cramped holds. Am I putting you to sleep, Alan?
Yeah, I'm just muting a few people.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. As Christmas approached, King noted the surprisingly chilly conditions of the southwestern coast off Western Australia. The cold, as in the extreme here, as in England, at this time of year, although it is the height of summer here. Aboard HMS Sirius, Judge David Collins wrote about how the crew tried to celebrate in mountains, high seas, to no avail. On New Year's Day, 1788, Arthur Bowes Smythe, a surgeon aboard the Lady Penryn, described how the sea poured into his cabin. Yeah, that would be a bit scary, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just as we had dined, a most tremendous sea broke in at the weather scuttle off the great cabin, and ran with a great stream all across the cabin. And as the door of my cabin happened not to be quite close shut, the water half filled it, the sheets and the blankets being all on a flow. The water from the quarterdeck nearly into the great cabin, and struck against the main and mizzen chains with such a force as at first alarmed us all greatly, but particularly me, as I believed the ship was drove in pieces. No sleep this night.
Yeah. No sleep that night.
Yeah, I think so. In a letter to his father, Sirius crew member Newton Fowle described the terrible weather that greeted the new year. This year began with very bad tempestuous weather. It blew much harder than any wind we have had since our leaving England. As the atrocious conditions continued, the First Fleet was forced to slow down to prevent the ship's sails from tearing. Earlier in December 1787, the Prince of Wales had lost its topsail, and a man washed overboard in what a sailor on the Scarborough described as the heaviest sea as ever I saw.
Wow.
Mm. You want me to keep going? Or
I think it's Farmer's turn.
Yeah. Where are we? John Hunter.
Captain John Hunter.
Oh, yes. Captain John Hunter described how the rough seas made life on the Sirius very difficult for the animals on board. The rolling and labouring of our ship exceedingly distressed the cattle, which were now in a very weak state, and the great quantities of water which we shipped during the gale very much aggravated their distress. The poor animals were frequently thrown with much violence off their legs and exceedingly bruised by their falls. I'll just imagine the state that must have been.
Yeah.
Because what happens when cattle get scared and alarmed, they tend to do one thing.
Yes, panic.
Yeah, and then they do what? No, they tend to make a mess.
Oh, right.
I was going to say shit themselves, but I didn't say that.
Yeah, well, you know when they say, "Oh, I was so scared I shit myself."
Yeah.
That's what they tend to do.
When they get scared.
That's why I was being sort of less whatever.
Right. Well, yeah.
But that's not how you tenderize steak.
It wasn't until the first week of January 1788 that the majority of the First Fleet sailed past the southeastern corner of Van Diemen's Land, modern-day Tasmania. As his boat navigated the coast, Surgeon John White noted, "We were surprised to see, at this season of the year, some small patches of snow." The fleet then began the 1,000-kilometre struggle up the coast of what would soon be called New South Wales, against a strong headwind and the East Australian current. Newton Fowle wrote, "The wind variable and weather dark and gloomy, with a very troublesome high sea. About 2:00 p.m, we had one of the most sudden gusts of wind I ever remember to have known. In an instant, it split our mainsail. But for the activity shown by the sailors in letting fly the sheets and lowering the topsails, the mast would have gone over the side. Fortunately for us, the squall was of short duration, otherwise the ships must have suffered considerably from the uncommon cross sea that was running, which we had found to be the case ever since we reached this coast." According to Bowles Smith, or Smythe, not quite sure on that one, faced with a greater swell than at any other period during the voyage, many of the ships were damaged, as were seedlings needed to supply the new colony with food. Bowles Smith continued, "The sky blackened, the wind arose, and in half an hour more it blew a perfect hurricane, accompanied with thunder, lightning, and rain. I never before saw a sea in such a rage. It was all over as white as snow. Every other ship in the fleet except the Sirius sustained some damage. During the storm, the convict women in our ship were so terrified that most of them were down on their knees at prayers. Convict women, there you go. Finally, on January the 19th, the last ships of the First Fleet arrived at Botany Bay. But just after 3 days there, Philip realised that the site was unfit for settlement. It had poor soil, insufficient freshwater supplies, and was exposed to strong southerly and easterly winds. With all the cargo and 1,400 starving convicts still anchored in Botany Bay, an alternative place to settle. 12 kilometres to the north, they found Port Jackson.
Which is a little bit bigger than Botany Bay.
Is it?
Or the other way around?
I don't know, you tell me. It's your neck of the woods, not mine.
There we go. That's the artist
It's a lovely painting, isn't it?
Yeah. Can only imagine what it looked like without all the buildings and all the infrastructures. What they first seen when they came through the heads. I don't think we've got much to go, actually. We've got a little bit.
Yeah, it's not too much left.
Yeah, I'll read the last.
I can do the rest if you like, farmers.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Don't fight over it.
No, spread the load.
Spread the love.
Well, the clue there is that 12 kilometres to the north, they found Port Jackson, farmer.
And what sort of clue is that?
Okay.
So, anywho, when the Endeavour had sailed past the locations 18 years earlier, Cook had simply noted, about 2 or 3 miles from the land and abreast of a bay or harbour wherein there appeared to be safe anchorage, which I called Port Jackson. Early in the afternoon of the second day of their exploration, Philip and his party discovered a large sheltered bay with a freshwater stream flowing into it. As Philip later related to England, they had the satisfaction of finding the finest harbour in the world. It was decided that their new home would be here, not Botany Bay. It was named Sydney Cove after Lord Sydney, the Home Secretary of England at the time. John White was even more blown away by Port Jackson, gushing that it was, without exception, the finest and most extensive harbour in the universe. On 23rd of January, well, the universe is a bit bigger than that, I think.
Yeah, that's a bit of a claim.
Yep. On 23rd of January 1788, Philip and his party returned to Botany Bay and gave orders for the entire fleet to immediately set sail for Port Jackson. But the next morning, strong headwinds blew, preventing the ships from leaving the harbour. On 25th of January, King wrote, "The wind blowing strong from our north-northeast prevented the supply going out," adding that they were obliged to wait for the ebb tide, and at noon we weighed and turned out of the harbour. In the meantime, the rest of the fleet was still trying to sail out of Botany Bay. A surgeon, George Worgan, wrote about the wind coming to blow hard right into the bay. The Sirius and the transports could not possibly get out. A huge sea rolling into the bay caused ripped sails and a lost boom as the ships drifted dangerously close to the rocky coastline. According to Lieutenant Ralph Clark, page please, Terry. If it had not been by the greatest good luck, we should have been both on the shore and on the rocks, and the ships must have been all lost, and the greater part, if not the whole, on board drowned, for we should have gone to pieces in less than half of an hour. Finally, as Bowes Smith described, the ships left the bay. With the utmost difficulty and danger, and with many hairbreadth escapes, we got out of the harbour's mouth. It was next to a miracle that some of the ships were not lost. The danger was so very great. By 3 p.m. on January 26, 1788, all 11 ships of the First Fleet had safely arrived in Port Jackson. Meanwhile, waiting for the others to arrive, Philip and a small party from the Supply had rowed ashore and planted a Union Jack, marking the beginning of European settlement in Australia. After such an epic journey, the whole ordeal was washed away with swigs of rum. Unknowingly, it marked the start of our rocky relationship with one of the most volatile climates on Earth. Ain't that the truth?
Oh, thanks for that. Yeah, it wasn't plain sailing, like I said. That's for sure. I thought they just left
really
in the boat,
prepared for it.
came to Australia, colonised it. That's it. All done.
Yeah, we'll just nip across the Pacific, land on this big island here. It'll be all good.
Yeah. But at first they were always saying when they came around the coast, nothing to see here, we'll just go somewhere else. It wasn't until the problem with the convicts in America for one, and then they had problems with the British and a few other things. They thought, well, we'll come here then and see if we can get rid of our convicts over here because of the problem they had over in England with overcrowding.
It's funny to think that, they pushed all these people out of England because there were too many people there when their total population was minuscule compared to now.
Yes.
It's hard to imagine.
Now, let's just see if this still works. No. Ah, bugger. It redid itself.
How's Tony going, by the way?
Oh, how's Tony going? I've only got one mouse, Monk.
You need a production team.
Well, somebody tried to, but they had difficulty linking it through. But all I've got to do is do that. Go to the live.
At the ground. No. You're right. Yeah, absolutely. So
now we've got Ninja Wallaby.
What I'm saying is, like, if you built
come on,
long enough.
That's okay. So much for that idea, Monk.
My bad.
Now, I should be able to still do that. It still works. Yep, it still does. Oh, this makes it so much easier. This. Ah, okay.
Oh dear.
That over.
Irish Stew's comment. Spread the load. That's what the girl behind Gravity said.
Yep.
You guys should be able to see that, shouldn't you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's this fabled continent in the fabled southern hemisphere that isn't real.
Yeah. So where I am is here in that area, Wollongong.
Hey, shout out to Wollongong.
Yeah, that's Wollongong. So we just go up to here. There's Botany Bay.
Yeah.
So that's how far away it is from me. Not far.
Yep.
So
Not far.
there. Only about an hour's trip. And then they sailed, 14 kilometres up to here?
12, I believe it was.
12. I thought it was 14.
Yeah.
This Port Jackson. So they went through the heads and gone, oh, okay, this is not too bad. This looks a bit small. And they would have turned left.
And then through again.
Yeah, nothing to see here when they go through here.
Yeah. Oh, what's this little bit down here? Oh,
yeah.
Oh my God, look at this.
Yeah, but if you go across to Manly from over there, down all the way down to in here somewhere, that if the weather's rough, It's better than a ride at the amusement park going from there up to there in rough weather on the ferry. They'll even cancel it.
I never managed to do the Manly Ferry.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't done it in rough weather yet. I've only done it once, and it was only smooth weather. So.
Who's eating the crisps? Who's crunching?
I'll blame.
That'd be me. Sorry.
Getting a lot of breathing noises from you, Alan.
So they came up the coast.
Yeah, I might be having a bit of a struggle with that today, so I'll stay on press to talk.
So it's a wonder they. So they would have went past all these inlets too, down here. Like Lake Illawarra's nothing in here. That's a tidal lake. The mouth gets clogged over here, and it's not very deep in there. So scroll back out, down the coast, and down around Tasmania. So they came around that way. They didn't come through. Did they say they came through Bass Strait, or they came around the bottom of Tasmania? I missed that bit. Because they said they seen snow that time of year. So that would have been the bottom of Tasmania. And Victoria, it's got its big inlet, Port Phillip Bay in there. They didn't come around that way to find that one. But we'll continue on with this because there's other places that the story continues. So. I'll stop sharing that. At least that works. I like how OBS lets me do a lot of stuff now without having to fiddle with it.
Is anybody here familiar with the program Time Team?
Yes, I used to watch it religiously, if you could put it that way.
They've started again.
With the same people? Oh, not with all the people, but some of them.
No, some of the same people. Carenza's there. The chap who did all the sort of the surveying work, he's there. I see a few other familiar faces. They are at this moment doing a dig not too far from here, somewhere in Oxfordshire, digging up a Roman villa.
Oh, you've got to get some photos or whatever if you're able to get there.
I'll have to see exactly where it is. I'm not.
If it's close enough, it's not out of your way.
Yeah, but I just saw something in a Twitter feed, and it's like, oh, yes, they've started Time Team again. So anybody who enjoyed that,
yes,
it wasn't a bad show. That's with Baldrick as the presenter.
Yeah, I don't think Tony Robinson. Yeah,
Tony Robinson. Yeah, that's it. Baldrick.
I don't think he's. Don't think he's in this one.
As long as they do the same theme of digging it from start to scratch.
Oh yes, it is. It's the 3-day theme. You know, it's exactly the same format as they had before, from the looks of it. So
yeah, it's just no Tony Robinson because I think he wasn't available to do it.
No,
but he in the press report where they spoke to him, he wished them well and all that guff.
Apparently, their headquarters vehicle is called the Mickmobile. In honour of, yeah.
Is Phil Hardy on it?
Don't think so. Which is a shame because he's one of my favourites.
Yeah, my Rosie's met Phil Harding.
Oh.
Apparently, he is a really nice guy.
I wonder if he bought a new hat.
Probably not. I wonder if he's washed his hair.
Yeah, that too.
He's got a bit of a scarecrow look going, hasn't he?
Just a bit.
Yeah.
Well, you look at the really old ones, like dating back when they first started it, over the years as he grew older. Looked like he was wearing the same clothes all the time, nearly almost even.
I
It was.
think he just buys the same clothes over and over because it's easier.
He just got older.
Yeah.
Alright, what have we got? What dirt choice have we got? We've got. Check to see what dirt this person's got. Because you know who backups are if we have to go there.
Please no.
Oh my. Oh, this place is quite closer than I thought.
Oh, SE
Just the other
Montreal's
side of-
back at back on Blues Channel.
Broughton. That's just the other side of Banbury. That's probably, I don't know, half an hour drive, if that.
You want to get SE Montreal to say you're living in La La Land?
Oh, Tony's gone.
Yeah.
He finally wore out, did he?
Yeah, thanks.
Definitely uses a plumb bob more than anyone.
Oh.
I bet he used.
There's your mate farmer.
But lovely horizontal. But it is. It is.
Sorry, I couldn't resist it.
Alright, what are we up to? Earth spirals out of its centre north. Earth is flat. 1 day ago. And then 2 more after that. Oh, okay, so he's popped out 3 in the last week. 1 day ago, 1 hour ago.
Oh.
Okay.
Are they usual? Are they the
26, 27 minutes. 1 16 minutes, and then the other 2 are 26 and 27. So grab that one. Put it at Lindsay speed.
Oh, I'm not going to be able to get over there to see them.
So
Okay.
who else wants to talk about stacking bricks?
They're gone quiet.
Conversation exhausted.
Yeah.
I feel like trolling over
It's
there,
a
I tell you.
practical thing, and unless you've
My
actually
monk's
done it
over there too.
practically, you can imagine it is whatever you want to imagine. It doesn't make it real.
Yeah, I've just been deafened
The
on
only
it.
way you can do this is
Yeah,
practically do it.
Damn, those some bitches don't know when to go home, do
First
they?
off, you
No.
best
No,
off
they're
just
still all,
trying to
they're
get
both
the
still there.
principles of the idea,
SE Montreal's came
the
back.
understanding of what it is.
What's up?
You do realise that Bev will have been recording all this.
Someone called me a moron earlier as well, I think.
Yeah. PhD Tony.
Yeah, you'll probably
Oh, I
find
can't
stuff
remember
to
now,
grab
someone-
out of it and put on
Someone
his
chimed in.
to upload or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll sneak in and say hello to everybody. Oh, wait a minute, Monk's over there. I'll say hello to Monk.
That's what I found anyway.
And I'll go, oh, is Blue here? No, Blue's not here.
And a lot chatty in the
Oh. Don't stir them up too much. They won't get it.
Maybe later. Oh. I'll share that. Share that. Swap that.
Yeah, they don't seem to understand the terms of service at all, do they? They think they can just go in and blithely record and repeat anything that they hear.
Yeah, I don't like being recorded without knowing.
Because that idiot WhatsApp was trying to say, yeah, but that happens in Gem server and nobody knows it's going live. And it's like, no, we all know it's being transmitted live in his YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah.
And he'll sit there and read super chats out. We all know it's going out live.
Mm-hmm.
Given it says so in the server rules.
Yep. And I pointed that out to him. I copy and pasted that particular rule. I think it was rule number 11 or 12. And he said, no, that says it may be. Doesn't mean to say it is. Yeah, you're now trying to argue semantics and you don't understand your own argument. Yes, it says it might well be made public. So there's an expectation that it will go out on YouTube. It's as simple as that. It doesn't have to explicitly say every single word you say is being recorded. When it says it may be, then you've got to assume that it is.
Did you know John Bernard was out in the peanut gallery? The horizon is horizontal. Hey, that's Bev's quote, isn't it? You can't take somebody else's quote.
No, you got to come. Sorry, John, you got to come up with your own garbage. I mean, stuff.
Exactly.
At least you don't need subtitles in the text chat.
I think the best Bev meme that's out there at the moment is that one with the ring.
Oh, that is my favourite. Absolute favourite.
It is good.
Closely followed by just the top of his head and the stick in the canal. That's quite a good one. But yes, Bev the ring is just brilliant. It just
awesome.
It's just
Well, I'd love to stay around and play, but I got some stuff I got to do this morning. So you guys have a good
Always
show.
good to see you, Blue.
Yeah.
Okay, Blue.
Yeah.
Thanks for dropping by, mate.
Yeah, take care, Blue.
Yeah. See you guys.
Go and sort your Discord server out.
Like hell, I ain't going back in there at gunpoint.
We'll go and run amok over there while Blue's gone.
All care, no responsibility.
Yeah. There's not many of us that got mod rolls over there by the look of it.
No, there's some of us have got mod rolls over there.
Yeah, some of us have. Yeah, you have, Alan.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I was really wondering whether to try and calm Tony down a bit earlier, but then said nobody was complaining about him, so I just left him to go.
I know I've got mod rolls. You've got mod roll. I don't know who else has.
I haven't.
You haven't?
Don't look at me. I just joined.
I don't think so.
Oh, well, you go over there, Farmer, and I can mute you.
It's very nice.
Hey, you got rolls here. That's all that matters.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a mod here, and I'm also a mod over at Mr. Sensible.
There you go.
Yeah.
As you can actually do them while you're not actually in the chat, you could just sneak in and just start muting them all. And it's going to be like, who the hell's doing all this muting?
What, you mean like Chemo does?
Yeah, like Chemo does. Yeah, exactly. Oh, now Paul's gone over there. He's deafened himself though. And Monk's over there. And I'm over there. Who else?
Because I couldn't stand the quality of WhatsApp's mic.
Okay.
Well, I can solve that for you.
Yeah, I'll
solve that for you.
Because it goes through the atmosphere.
And
Okay, fair enough.
That change
Yeah.
needs to be adjusted to make it.
Wow. How does he get it to sound like
who's the one
that?
with that artificial voice?
Yeah.
Who was that?
That's WhatsApp. WhatsApp's got that really deep setting on his microphone.
What, so he didn't even have his own voice in there?
No, it's his voice.
Oh well, no, he's Dutch, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah, you listen.
Yes.
You listen.
He's got because he accused us of doxing him once because we heard him speak and Peck said, "Oh, you're from Holland,"
Oh, right.
because Peck's lived and worked in Holland in the music industry over there.
Gotcha.
So he recognises the accents. He's good at accents. So
Yes, he would. Yeah. Well, that explains why his written English is so poor.
But you class that as doxing, is it? Just because of somebody's accent?
Working out what country he's from.
Yeah.
Based entirely on his accent.
Yeah.
Hey Terry, I reckon you're Australian. Can I claim £10, please?
Which part of Australia?
And Alan, you're not really from Norfolk.
The land part, Terry.
No. So farmers, where would you say I was from?
A small particular part of London.
Yeah, a definite particular part of London.
Yeah, that's like me. I mean, well, I don't have an accent. Cambridgeshire accent isn't really that strong, is it?
No, it's not like It's not like if you move next door to Norfolk.
Norfolk, my old booty. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Mine's actually a mixture of London and, of course, I am an Essex boy.
Yes. Oh, there's been an official announcement. The two new presenters for Time Team are two people you've never heard of.
Oh, that's helpful.
Gus Casely Hayford, OBE, and Natalie Haynes. And I'm thinking, never heard of you.
Never heard of them.
Never heard of them.
We've got to have some people in there that we know, otherwise it wouldn't be the same.
Well, some of the actual crew doing the work, I'm sure you will recognise. I can't remember all their names, but they're I've seen a couple of photos. And
I was going to say, if you've got any screenshots of some sort of, that'll be good.
Well, let me put the link.
I don't think you're that much closer, really.
I like getting the random quotes from somebody when you go live over there.
Oh, yeah, the odd little soundbite, and you think, hey, what? What? Apropos of nothing.
Synchronous satellites and
They're talking
geospatial.
about GPS.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm deafened here, so I can't listen at the same time. Monk can. Where are you placing these things, Mr. Farmer?
I just put a link to their sort of main page in Fair Suck of the South. What that does give you, there's a shot there of 7 individuals, of which 1, 2, 3, at least 4 I recognise.
So here we go. I should be able to go there.
And yes, it turns out this place that they're doing it is about half an hour away from me. But so the chap on the left, he's the guy who does all the geophys. Can't remember his name.
That better?
The woman next to him, she's very familiar. Can't remember her name.
Oh,
the
yes,
one
her.
next to her, that's
And
Carenza.
him on the left. Yep, them two.
Yes, the one on the left, that's the chap who does all the geophys work, isn't it?
I know the one on the other end's the one that does all the geophys work.
Yeah, they'll know
Or is the
that guy
boss
too.
of the geophys team.
The far right is the one who just sort of surveys the landscape, doesn't he? He says, "Oh, look, there was earthworks here. There's earthworks there." The chap on the left is the one who actually goes out with the ground penetrating radar and everything else and does the actual geophys work, isn't he?
Okay, yeah, you got Carenza there in the middle. I recognise the lady to her left. She's a bones person, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, the one in
This
sort
one?
of the greenish
One
jumper.
with the
No,
scar.
the one that's
Alexa.
Carenza. That's Professor Carenza Lewis.
Okay.
And it's the lady next to her who's familiar, and I can't remember her name either.
Yeah, she's done. She's had her own TV series on.
Is it Helen? Is her name Helen?
Helen Creek.
That's it.
So basically 3 of them that I recognise.
I recognise 4 of them. It's the chap in the hat, the woman next to him, and the other guy. I don't recognise them at all. To be honest.
Those 4 I'm not really sure of, but the 1, 2, 3, yeah, those 3 are the originals that I know of.
The guy on the right hand end, Stuart somebody, isn't he?
Yes.
Is This one.
Yeah, the one on the right it's Stuart. Is it Ainsworth?
Yes, probably. There's probably a list of the people under the.
Helen. Oh, it's Helen Geek. Yeah, the chap on the left is John Gator. He's the Geophys guy.
Yeah.
Now, the names they've given are all the names of the people we're already familiar with.
Yes, that we all recognise.
So, who are the other three?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to work out.
Well, I think, yeah, one would have expected them to have in the thing directly under the photograph the names of the people in the photograph.
Yeah, I know, it would have been easier.
Usually the way you do it, isn't it?
Ah, right. I've just clicked on another tab.
Right.
The chap in the middle with the hat, I think that's Tim Taylor, who is the Time Team creator and series producer. That's why I've never seen him before. Second guy in from the right.
Not to be confused with the Tim Brooke Taylor from the Goodies.
Correct. Yes, not him. Second guy from the right looks like that could be Henry Chapman, who's a surveyor. And the other woman with the blonde hair is I don't know. She don't seem.
I think the guy with the blue jacket and the beard looks vaguely familiar from sort of some episodes, although he was kind of geophys surveying type person who was a bit more in the background.
Could be.
Also, of course, you've got to remember, there's 20 years of the original series, isn't there?
Yeah.
I'd like to see if they've the geophys is any different to how it used to be, if the technology's changed at all for that. I mean, it's still the same principle, but
yeah, they've probably got new bits of kit, but I think I don't think they've come up with anything wildly new and amazing to what they're using before. I don't think so. What we won't have are those lovely sketches by Victor.
No,
because he passed away in February.
Yeah.
Oh God, I see Lindsay.
No, you don't.
Oh yes.
No, you don't.
No, it's no. You're totally mistaken. It can't be Lindsay.
I don't see Lindsay.
And it's not. And the video is not long enough for it to be Lindsay.
Well,
maybe he forgot to charge his camera.
Or put it this way, Monk: if you had the choice, where is it? You've also got Mitchell from Australia, Flatzoid FE, Dearth, Chris Berry, or Brian Leakey.
Oh God,
Chris Berry.
So yeah, I've got Chris Berry here too.
I didn't realise he'd done something new.
I know, I've got his actual channel, so we can go back to the beginning and sort of work our way.
Oh, you can see so. Oh, his Cavendish experiment is amazing.
Yeah. No, we'll do them randomly.
Huh. Do you know, I think I just found where the dig might be going on just by looking at Google Maps.
Yeah?
Yeah. Hang on, let me do a snip and I'll post it. It's
I mean, I can zoom in on Google Earth for you if you want me to go there.
Just tuck that away somewhere.
You sure you don't want me to Google Earth it?
Well, you can if you want, yeah.
Only take a couple of seconds. And if I share it in here, you'll be able to see. So spin the earth around. Don't get dizzy.
Yep.
Hang on.
Whoa! Hang on! Whoa!
Christ, that
This
ISS
place
is
in
moving
the
quickly.
planet.
Even quicker than it usually does.
See, this
And
is
a
how we
bit
know
higher.
the ISS isn't real. There's no yellow lines on the Earth from
That's
this.
true.
Do you want me
Yeah.
to get rid of the lines, or does it matter?
Doesn't really matter.
Okay. North, south, east, or west?
See where it says Oxford? Down there, and across, up, there.
There.
Zoom in that sort of area, and that'll get us to within the right. Okay, go up a little bit, please. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, there's right, Banbury. We need to be southwest of Banbury a little bit.
Southwest.
I'm pretty sure I see where you are, Farmers.
Right, it's between Bloxham and Banbury, I think. You haven't zoomed. I don't think you've. Hang on, let's get me bearings.
Let's Bloxham.
Broughton. There's Broughton. You see Broughton?
Yeah.
Right, zoom in on Broughton. Right. Do you see that big green field just where the B for Broughton is? Do you see those marks in the field?
Yep.
I suspect that's where they're digging because they are crop marks. And I think you'll find they are the crop marks that show up this Roman villa that they're digging up. It's just a guess. I just looked at that and thought, well, that's got to be it.
That's definitely Roman villa-esque, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
There's some crop marks in the field a bit to the left as well.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if that's not where they're doing this dig. Very surprised because that just looks. I just saw that and thought, well, bloody hell, look at that.
Yeah, you can see them all in the landscape. The lines going all the way through.
Yep.
Wow. And that's all you need to do.
Could,
just see aerial photography and go, yep, X marks the spot.
And
now,
that's
I did this using an older version of Google Earth. When you do the way back thing, for years, about half a mile away from my parents' farm, there was always marked on the Ordnance Survey maps Roman Villa. And if you go back, I can't remember how many years ago, but you go back to a certain version of the Google aerial photos, and in the crop marks in the field, you can see where the Roman Villa was. It's gone now. It doesn't show up in the crop marks. But if you go back sort of, I don't know, 15, 20 years, you could clearly see the outlines of a Roman villa in the field. You can't see anything from the ground, but from the air, you can see it. And the Ordnance Survey maps always said, oh, you know, there remains of ancient of Roman villa. And it's like, really? And you look on the crop marks. Yeah, you can see it.
I know I've got a way back machine here, but I can't remember where it is on here.
But I just when I realised exactly which Broughton they're on about, and I thought, oh yeah, it's just the other side of Banbury. So it's probably a half-hour drive because I've got to get around Banbury. But I just looked at that and thought, well, that's got to be it, surely. And that's owned. The chap who owns it is related to Ranulph Fiennes.
Yeah. Well, all the Fiennes family.
Yeah.
The explorer and the actors.
Yes. It's all the same family, isn't it?
No, I can only go to 2005. I mean, there is one
it's only
going back
be
further, but
lower resolution.
But it's not actually covering that spot.
No. Yeah, the resolution.
There you go. I reckon that's where they started there yesterday. So it's always a 3-day thing. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And I'd head over there tomorrow, but I'm heading out to the Fens again tomorrow.
You won't see it in every image because you have to have the right mixture of weather.
Yeah.
It was in the
of rain and drought.
If you have a look at the 2005, you could just make it out.
Yeah.
That one. That's 2005.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it in a little bit in the contours. But you wouldn't know what it was until you saw unless you'd seen the recent one.
Yeah.
And yes, Clive Wells, it's not that far from Mr. Clarkson's famous farm. He's across the way, just outside Chippy Norton. It's all that general neck of the woods. Chippy Norton's a bit further over.
Well, it looks like they must have been scraping the land or whatever, because back then it seems to be too green. It's only that one that shows it like that.
Yeah, well, that was this year, and this year we've had rain at the right time, and we've also had dry periods, and that's when these parch marks really show up.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've got to take the photos at the right time of year.
If you take them in the winter, you won't see anything. It's got to be. But this time of year, end of summer, really helps, doesn't it?
Yep. But I'm just guessing that that's where they're doing the dig, because that just stands out like a sore thumb.
It does, doesn't it?
And Broughton's not that big. It's only a little village.
Okay.
But they've done digs in this area before. I just thought that was
interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
Groovy.
Yeah, Diddley Squat's several miles from there.
Oh no, Lindsay's video won't work. We'll have to do Brain Leak or someone else.
Oh God, I'm not sure which is worse. Come on, man!
That's like the lesser of two evils or whatever. Evil.
Oh, Master and Commander. Yeah. Come on then.
Welcome to some Flat Earth Science. Talk about everything here.
No such thing.
Real science. Flat Earth Science. Today.
Of course it is. Lindsay
said
said
so. Video,
so.
probably.
Oh well, must be so then.
Cross my T's, dot my I's, get it all out, but then it's never ending. Just goes on and on. It's like opening a can of worms once you start looking into something. But anyway, this bit here is about the magnetic north. Why is it drifting north? Science doesn't seem to understand all that, why it's drifting north. But I've mentioned it before.
Magnetic north is drifting north.
By definition, magnetic north can only drift south, can't it?
I know that's what I was trying to figure out.
I thought.
Can we just pause for a second?
I'm asking a question.
I seriously, I thought magnetic north was at the moment kind of heading a bit closer to geographic north.
I think it's been
it could. I don't know. It could be. I mean, he needs to use his words more carefully, though, doesn't he? If he's going to say shit like that.
But I thought his model had to have the magnetic pole at the geographic pole as part of the model.
Yeah, because like
vortex. After all,
but stay at that spot there. See how he's got this. I guess it's like a ring shaped. I don't know what I'm looking at. It's like he's got a cross section through this field, but he's drawn it like it's a vortex, even though it's actually a ring shape.
What, down here or the blue or this one?
No, down bottom left.
Yeah, I know it's that one.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's got a cutaway view across it where he's showing it as if it's a vortex going down a standard vortex shape, even though it's an annular vortex, annular field. It's just wrong.
Of course it is.
So much wrong. Well, he's not even wrong.
You try to tell him that in his comments. He doesn't. He'll just tell you to go away.
As an aside, I just put up a map in Fair Suck of the Sav that actually shows the progress of magnetic north since 1900. And it has, over the last century or so, been getting ever closer to true north, the North Pole.
That's been going the other way. I thought it was going the other opposite.
Well, it depends on how you look at it. But if you're looking straight down on the North Pole and Greenland is sort of southish, in 1900 the magnetic North Pole was off the Canada coast and has been moving ever closer to the North Pole, and I think now has probably just overshot it and heading towards Siberia.
It's interesting that you get 1 degree between 1900 and 1920, maybe 2 degrees, degree and a half.
Yeah.
Degree, 5, 7 degrees ish, and then an easy 10 degrees worth of motion in the last 20 years.
Yeah, seems like it's a huge jump all of a sudden. Ask the kiddie. Yeah. There you go.
It's kind of scary how much it's accelerated through that 2000 to 2020 range.
Aren't we sort of a bit overdue? The next predicted sort of swap over.
What if it keeps heading in a certain direction?
Well, I think
in the next few hundred years.
Yeah, I think every now and then the magnetic field sort of switches.
I've been meaning to. Anton did a video recently about there being a second magnetic field, which I haven't watched yet. I must do.
Oh, thank you, wonderful people. Or hello, wonderful person.
Yeah.
Hello, wonderful people.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep, that guy.
Yeah.
Anton's great.
Yeah, he is. We play him now and again. Now, where were we? There we are.
Darn it. We didn't get distracted.
Welcome to some Flat Earth Science. Talk about everything here. Real science, Flat Earth Science. Today,
you're right.
That'll be.
That's the only thing he hasn't actually done yet. Is any science?
What, real science?
Yeah, any science.
Yeah.
Well, any science.
For another video, probably. I was trying to cross my T's, dot my I's, get it all out, but then you know, it's never ending. It just goes on and on. It's like opening a can of worms once you start looking into something.
Yes, anyway, you do go on and on and on.
Here's about the magnetic north.
And he likes to go down those
north?
can of
Science
worms.
doesn't seem to understand all that why it's drifting north. But I've mentioned before. Look at this phone here.
Here's some information about Estonia. Estonia, a country in northern Europe, borders the Baltic Sea and Gulf of Finland.
Just goes into its own mode by itself. Thinks I'm asking a question. I never talk to my phone. Get back to my photos. Anyway, North Pole.
Even your phone's trying to distract you, Lindsay.
Drifting north.
Such a brain
It's not drifting north. The Earth is drifting south. It spirals out from the centre.
What? Oh no!
Just previous video. The Earth spirals out from the centre. Our sky moves around from east to west. Earth, I was sort of guessing, but Earth was going this way, expanding out this way.
But the sky goes round the geographic pole, not the magnetic one.
It's all being renewed from underneath. And what's affected? What's happening down underneath the oceans affects the sea, and the sea affects the atmosphere. It was the video about the climate change. And I said it was the Earth, you know, it's going this way, east.
Was he going to try to touch on climate
what's magnetic
change?
north doing? They're saying. So
okay, I'm now sat out of desk range, so I can't get my curve.
Because Earth is moving out. So if Earth is moving out south, expanding out south, then obviously the magnetic pole is going to seem to be moving north. It's fixed there in that area. It's the Earth moving south. So Ellesmere Island will be there, and now it's out here. Just as an example.
So it's not the magnetic.
Hang on.
So it's not the magnetic.
1,000 k's over.
I was going to say.
Hang on. He says that the Earth is moving south.
Yeah.
What does he mean by south?
Yeah. The Earth's moving south, but not the magnetic pole.
Does he mean that the Earth is expanding out from the centre, or does he mean that
I think that's what he's implying. Yeah. That's what he said. He said it's expanding.
Wouldn't we be able to, I don't know, measure that?
Yeah, of course we would be able to. But I mean, you don't let a fact ruin your good story. You know that.
Let's get back to the elliptics. God damn.
For 100 years. Well, everything they explain marries with what I just spoke about in my video. That's how you explain it. They think it's all coming from an iron core centre ball. It's not. It all comes from above. The magnetic field above. Now there's another controversial topic. That's the magnetic stone. Is there a magnetic stone at the centre of the Earth? Well, I'm starting to think there's not. It's just the sun. And the sun, there's the Earth. The sun's sitting up here. It's in this magnetic field. This is a vortex.
I thought the sun was hiding behind
north.
the black hole.
Arctic, place of inaccessibility. You cannot get to the centre north. Despite the bullshit, you're not safe to get to the Arctic, but not to the place of inaccessibility. You can't get there. Just like you can't get right out south.
That's because it doesn't exist.
You're going to get to a certain point, you just die. Your body just starts falling apart just as you start flying up too high. You're leaving the field that you're all dwelling. We're all part of this electromagnetic field. We're all part of it. We walk through it.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to need a citation for that.
This is the sun here, north here.
I don't often ask for citations, but that one I think really needs one.
Yeah, well, you know what the citation is, don't you?
You have to watch his previous videos. That's his citation.
September 2021.
Oh my god, I hate this man so much.
Well, you haven't watched all of his other videos to explain this
I know,
video.
and I'm so happy about this fact.
Well, that's what he says all the time. If you don't understand what he's saying now, watch his previous video.
I lose IQ points every time I watch one of his videos. I don't have many left.
We've got the magnetic field going up to the sun. But out south, the magnetic field's coming up out of the ground because it goes like this, down, through there, back up here, over, down, along the ground, and then back up here. There's the brain, human brain. The magnetic field's coming up.
Are you drawing a face on the planet over there to the right?
There.
Where
So you've got to think of it. There's the man standing under it. There's the field that's left the man. It's going up to the sun, the magnetic field. But you come out here, the field will be approaching the man. Just like in a ring magnet, the field's just flowing through. So you stand in this end, will be a south pole. Down in that end, you've got the north pole. It's coming to you. It's left. It's coming. This is how you explain the poles. That could be north, that could be south. Always get them confused. That's how it works. So this is possibly why they tell you there's a north and a south pole. But at the end of the day, they're both different. I mean, sorry, both the same because they're both Arctics, both ice, rushing to the tropical region, the tropics. So where was I going with that? Yeah, no Ben stone, no Mount Meru. And that's in all the mythological stories, and you'd think it would be there. I mean, there could be, but considering Earth is expanding out from the centre, you know, there could be a central point coming out of the ground, but I don't see why. Because it's all about the plasma. The impact upon plasma is in a tight magnetic field.
No, plasma.
And I think the core of that would be the magnetic north. The actual magnetic north. It's up there. It's not down here.
What's in the sky?
There's a flipping magnetite rock down here. No. It was the Nautica submarine had been all through here. And there are mythological stories.
So along the ground when we travel north, we're not travelling north.
Come so far and they can't get out. They've got a lot of steel in the hull. So it's just one of my theories. Maybe nothing down here. It's all up here.
Oh no!
The sun. And that would give reason to why science think there's a north and a south. Otherwise, I've always said all along they're just both the same. Both north or both south, and the opposite is here, because both these fields rush to the tropics. Okay?
No.
So I'll read you what I've got here. So I've looked into that. What is magnetic North Pole? The Earth is one big magnet. You try telling that to some average spinning baller. They don't. What do you mean a magnet? What do you mean a magnetic field? Well, my watch was steel belt. It doesn't pull me anywhere. It was such a garbage. Anyway, it is. Earth is like a giant ring magnet. It works exactly the same way.
He doesn't show where he gets
No, it doesn't.
things, where he gets these
See the
things
point,
when he
the equator,
Googles.
where it all goes to. So this is one big magnet. The magnetic North Pole, also known as the North Dipole, is a point on Ellesmere Island in North Canada, where the northern lines of attraction enter the Earth. Now, that's all speculatory, because...
No, it's not, Lindsay.
No, it's not.
How do they know?
It's friggin' measurable.
Using a compass.
Yeah.
I don't know, it could be a dip compass, but anyway. You get a compass pointing both ways, depending on which way the needle's pointing. So, over here...
Well, if the needle's pointing that way, and the other end of the needle's pointing that way, depends which way it's pointing. So which way is it pointing?
Shoot up, or down, point down, because the magnetic field's coming up, so it might point towards the magnetic field where it's coming from. Then you come along here.
I've never seen
So
a
it could be just
vertical
pointing
compass.
straight up to the sun, not straight down.
And you, Lindsay, are called a dipshit.
Yes, that's it. A compass needle rests freely in its casing, so it can't maneuver itself. This is a typical compass. When you pull out a compass, it aligns itself with Earth's magnetic field. A small magnetic pin is how a compass responds to Earth's magnetism. He's talking about a basic compass. This means that a compass needle will point to the magnetic North Pole, which is different from the geographical North Pole. Now, I haven't got on to why the difference, but it's all about understanding
Why
what's
they're
going on up
different.
here.
Geographical to the magnetic
So-
North Pole. Why they're different.
Geographic
They
north
shouldn't be different on
the
his
edge
model.
here.
Yeah.
Well,
They should be the same.
But how much of a difference?
Yeah, I
is
can't
the
explain
magnetic
this
north
bit.
versus
No,
geographical?
he just keeps going if you can't explain it.
Well, it's 500k, 600k or something at the moment. The world we live in is dynamic. Earth is changing every day, and this is about to refer to a video I've just mentioned about the Earth growing and what's happening, how it all works. Go check it out. The climate change.
The Earth is not
Plate
growing.
tectonics push continents apart. Sea levels fluctuate up and down. Volcanoes erupt, discharging ash and smoke. These are examples of natural phenomena that occur in cycles and are dynamic on our Earth. The location of our magnetic north is really no different. This is what I'm saying. It's magnetic is due to the Earth's expansion and movement. It's
No,
a
it's
no-brainer.
not.
No, it isn't.
Earth's magnetic field comes from this
You're a no-brainer.
ocean
No.
of iron. Talking about the core of the spinning
Because
ball.
not all the continents are moving
Magnetically
apart
conduct
from each other,
fluid
Lindsay. Some are
in
actually
constant motion,
colliding
sitting
and
in
moving
one
towards each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Forming
You can see
crumple
it's all
zones
heading
and
north,
all that fun
magnetic
stuff.
field over 100 years.
The Himalayas.
I think it's a
Yeah,
total of,
that's what I was going to say. Yeah,
1,000
exactly.
k's. Move north. Oh, look, there goes way up, right up there to the north. So, that was that.
I still don't know how this thing
The
has
goggles in?
a
No, you can wear the glasses
separate
in.
geographical and
I've gone over a few
magnetic
things.
poles. Or a separate
That's because
pole
he
of the-
hasn't figured it out yet.
You don't get a magnetic field running through
Well,
like
yeah.
that.
He said he'll get
I
back
know
to
that.
us.
Totally different.
I know that.
You got the centre point. Like, on a bar magnet, there's a central point, and then you get that's a representation of the Coriolis effect on our Earth. It's all about magnetic fields.
No,
not.
it's not.
I'm going to do a video. I'm spinning.
Hang on,
like a song.
you only get the poles
God.
if you physically cut the damn
regarding the spinning ball.
magnet in half.
When they start talking about the
Well, then you get
Coriolis
two
effect.
magnets then, wouldn't
Coriolis
you?
affecting stuff up. You're getting that because of the magnetic fields on Earth. What can we talk about?
So why do the planets retrograde
These
then?
magnetic fields coming out of a ring magnet, out of the, just the same out of the flat Earth.
Right, I'll get back to you on that one.
It's coming up here towards the sun. Not all of it goes into the sun. It comes up. Some parts of it goes.
Because they
back down
just
the top of it.
wobble round inside the
vortex.
Remember,
They're in
and
the
it's
vortex.
Everything is in the vortex in the middle and just gets projected onto the dome somehow.
Yeah. I think Monk missed that
Reasons.
episode.
Yeah.
This.
No,
And it goes
I
through the
remember
ground,
him
across the
saying
ground, thou
something
shalt
along
go
those lines.
on thy belly.
Just remember the vortex, upper helium and perihelium as they rotate
Yeah,
on their,
yeah. Remember, you got
on
to,
their
you know,
plane.
like
The plane of the elliptic.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And he used to have the Milky Way in there as the crocodile.
The fields and the beasts. And back down.
Oh, it's almost finished.
The ground, back up to the centre again.
Is it? Oh yeah, we're nearly there.
That's how it works.
Oh, wait, I've
That's
forgotten.
where you get
Can we
the
go back
shape
to
of
the
human
start?
brain.
Right, do you want me to rewind it, Farmer?
This way.
Yeah, all the way back to start.
Okay.
You're lucky
now-
you're on a whole other side of the planet.
I found some really interesting information today, and it was like gold, and I started writing it down. I thought, oh man, I'll print the whole lot off. I'm on my phone, and it has a different search engine, doesn't it, to the laptop. I couldn't find it on the laptop, and I just went.
The whole
anyway, I
what,
started reading some stuff.
10,000 kilometres
Doco.
across your continent.
Stu Doco, yeah, science, and it just tells you everything. Basically, science knows everything about the firmament, the atmosphere, how all the flat Earth works. It's all there. You know about this dome here, and how you are always zenith. Wherever you're on the flat plane of Earth, you're zenith of your arc. Everything comes back to your arc, and then it's all 90 degrees square off to you. That's where they get the idea.
You're arcing your dome, or you're arcing your horizon.
Oh my god.
Wherever you are.
He had a lucid moment there. And
His personal domes that solve all his problems.
They've got this here drawn there.
There we go.
oh, what a classic ending.
Yeah.
Oh my
dear.
god.
Oh, man.
It's a good thing I don't keep alcohol in the house, I tell you.
I do.
Yeah, I don't want you to start drinking.
I do.
However, for me, it's only 10 to 2 in the afternoon, and I feel it might be too early to start drinking, because once I start,
Yeah. You'll be on somewhere doing a Krakatoni, won't you? Eventually.
that's the problem. Yes, and given that I've got to drive across to the countryside tomorrow at some point to go and meet up with the Rumpus, yeah, best not I start.
Ah, sorry, Stewie. Just when it was getting to the good bit. Yeah, it finished. Yeah, sorry, mate.
He was just about to do the big reveal, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, there's 2 other videos after that one. We can catch up with them next time.
Oh yeah, play one of them on Wednesday.
Yeah, I know. I know where you're going to be on Wednesday.
Yeah, at work.
Not here.
Yeah,
exactly.
I had. I know I've only just started this job. I had another interview on Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Jaguar Land Rover. So yeah, who knows? Don't quite know what's going to be happening over the next few weeks.
Has anyone spoke to Matt in the last couple of days? I haven't got a chance to see how he's going.
What you mean as his recovery?
Yeah, he said he wasn't feeling too good last week.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to him, but I saw him put a couple of posts up yesterday, and he says he's feeling better. So I think he's
He's been in gems a bit lately, so
yeah, he has.
He mustn't be feeling too bad.
Yeah,
but he's not talking though, is he? Just listening.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, he was in there.
Okay.
What does that mean, Dora?
Make sure.
Oh right. Oh, if you're playing Lindsay on Wednesday, yeah. No, sorry. So,
no,
Dora,
there's no way I can
love to
force
be
a
here.
farmer to get here.
I would love to be here for that, but unfortunately, I will be at work.
Yeah, that's okay.
And that's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, you can stick to it. I keep watching Monk's Pac-Man Moon go around. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Was that a different one?
Don't worry. It'll turn up.
That's
that's the Eclipse, that one. Oh, there's the Pac-Man Moon.
Here it comes.
There we go. Here's the Pac-Man Moon.
What do you mean Pac-Man Moon? That is the moon.
Yeah, but you watch it goes across to the screen, and then it'll Pac-Man back across to the other side.
It's just on a loop, that's why.
I know. You watch, it'll disappear.
Because it's orbiting.
It'll disappear, see, and then it'll Pac-Man
and
across.
then the Earth jumps.
It comes back again, see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I could probably have it ping pong instead.
And I see that the image circle from the lenses is smaller than the size of the sensor.
I know, right?
No spooky bed care. I can't throw a sickie because I'm contract. If I'm not there, I don't get paid.
Let's throw a sickie. No, you can't do that.
And I'm only working 2 days a week at the moment, so no. Can't afford to do that.
But obviously that's not the moon because it doesn't have the familiar looking shapes on it, right?
Well,
That's the dark side, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say, that's supposed to be the dark side.
Well,
why is it all lit up?
As is more technically correct, the far side.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about the brilliant cartoons either.
Good old Larson.
Yes.
The dark side keeps moving, doesn't it? Unfortunately, on the moon.
It does. Sometimes it's pointed at us.
Yeah.
About once a month that happens, I believe.
Yeah, on average.
Yeah.
Yeah, but isn't there an eclipse? Isn't there an eclipse once a month?
No, 13 times a year.
Riley said there
On
was an
average.
eclipse every month.
Well, yeah, but that's Riley. It's not exactly an informed source of
That's right.
facts, is it?
Yeah.
It might be because he's a little bit stupid.
A little bit.
A little bit.
It's just that. Remember, it's just that they happen out in the oceans where nobody sees them.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
And then when we pointed out that people still would see it, he said, but they happen in space.
I suppose if you were in a particular orbit, that might actually be true. If you were in space, if you could be in orbit, you might then orbit through an eclipse.
I mean the moon is always causing an eclipse at some point in space. You just have to be at the right location, right?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. You have to have it between you and the sun. I mean, it's not difficult, is it? Really?
All things are difficult if you're a flat earther.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Your whole life's difficult.
If there's a solar eclipse every month, why isn't there a lunar eclipse every month? Because everybody would see it.
Oh, don't touch lunar eclipses. They don't like lunar eclipses. They really just don't. That's why Riley never mentions buoyancy. He doesn't like buoyancy because it's got G in it.
Didn't Blue say he was going?
And he's actually agreed with that. He's actually said that.
Yep.
On a live stream. I even have a recording of him saying it, but I can't be asked to play it right.
Although he's still insisting with me at the moment that gravity isn't a thing, so our entire model doesn't work.
Yeah, because you have to put zero wherever you see G.
Correct. And therefore everything is weightless.
That's really how it works.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
Didn't Blue say he was doing something? He's out in the chat. I think we should try to land on the sun. Should be okay if we do it at night. Yeah.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. That seems logical.
Just don't stay too long. Yeah. Because by daytime it gets really warm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does get. Yeah, it gets a bit much. Yeah.
As long as you wear sunscreen, you should be right.
Yeah, SPF 2 million.
Just wrap yourself in a big solar filter, right?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, it's like that advert out of the original RoboCop, isn't it? Where they're putting on the sunblock 5000, and it's like axle grease.
Yeah.
And it's like green. It's just I'll be good for hours. Yeah.
Yes.
You might as well be sat indoors.
Here in Australia, we use zinc. It goes on like thick grease paint.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh dear.
Oh dear! A total lunar eclipse.
Oh, what a shame.
And I got MC2 with this one. The one time that you can take a correctly exposed photograph of the full moon and capture stars in the background.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because when I said I've got a photograph of the full moon, correctly exposed of the full moon with stars in the background, I got told I was lying.
Yeah. Oops.
Read it and weep.
Are you ready for a quiz?
Ooh.
Oh,
yes. Well, let's get things set up.
Chat to Antoine van Leeuwenhoek.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Hello?
It's not. There's no movement. Where's the movement?
There's no bounce.
Everything stopped jiggling.
There we go.
Is that back to normal?
That's back to normal. Much better. Fast superior.
Now just leave it up for a bit longer because some people are not sure which quiz number it is. They might need to check.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's a number?
Yeah.
yeah.
Where does it say quiz?
Say what now?
Okay. You all know the rules by now. Okay, question one.
Where did it go?
I can put
all right, question one.
Back. I can put it back.
Question one. A tattooed arm found inside a shark on display in this city led to a bizarre murder case in which a key witness was found dead in his car.
Don't know about that.
What city was it?
Familiar, but
not a clue.
That's not correct. No.
What, you wanted the name of the shark?
No.
No, the name of the city. Terry.
Name of the shark. That's easy. That particular shark.
Yeah.
Oh, you want the name of the car? Oh, okay.
No,
the name of the witness.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's not Glasgow. There you go. At least you can eliminate one city. It's not Glasgow. But so-called razor gangs active in this city fought the Battle of Kellett Street.
I can't hear anyone typing.
I'll type something.
Not New York. No. When a bridge opened in this city, an unauthorised man rode across on a horse and slashed the ribbon with his sword before it could be ceremonially cut by Jack Lang. So imagine if you're there officiating at an opening ceremony and you've got the scissors ready to cut the ribbon and a man rides up on a horse with a sword and cuts it before you can do it. That's what happened.
I can see that being good for a laugh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're the bloke on the horse, anyway. Ha!
Oh, come on, internal chat. This city was attacked by 2 midget submarines when they breached its harbour net that protected Port Jackson in 1942.
Oh, well, in that case.
You should know what it is now. Yes, finally, Sydney. The peanuts have been yelling it loud for ages out there. They got it ages ago.
Of course, yeah. I was thinking the more important.
I don't pay attention.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
Sorry, love your peanuts.
I think Spooky Bedhair got it first, I think.
Well,
was it?
Port Jackson, weren't we just reading about something to do with Port
Yeah,
Jackson?
exactly. So you should have known. You should have known.
No, I'm
I'll
sorry,
go through
Lindsay happened between now and then.
Yeah, that's right. You lost too many brain cells.
Yes.
I'll give you the rest of the clues. Yeah, I'll give you the rest of the clues then. Bizarre 1907 protests in this city countered an attempt to impose a particular tunic on people visiting a well-known beach. That would have been Bondi Beach.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Yeah. Fatso the Wombat was an unofficial mascot of this city's Summer Olympic Games held in 2000. Remember Fatso? Yeah, name this city where you can see the iconic concrete shells that Jan Utzon designed for its opera house. And, of course, it is Sydney. You think, what's that got to do with Sydney? Well, there you go.
There's the bridge.
Yeah.
Oh, where's the opera house?
Yeah. Yeah. It's there somewhere, I think. I think it comes up somewhere.
It's next to the water somewhere.
No, maybe it doesn't. Yeah. Anyway, the answer was Sydney. Most of the peanuts got that very early on.
Yeah.
Well done. Okay. Question 2. This property is responsible for a limit on information that is described mathematically by the Engelbert-Greenberger-Yazan relation. What property are we talking about? You all know the Engelbert-Greenberger-Yazan relation, don't you?
Hang
No?
on, I'll just ask my audience. Hey, Squeak, what's the answer to that one? Come on,
The
you're
largest
right.
The largest objects in which this property has been directly observed are carbon-60 fullerenes, studied at the University of Vienna.
Ooh.
What property are we talking about? It's not the speed of light. It's not my shed. It's not the event horizon. No.
Good film.
It's not Shannon entropy. No. The inequality v squared plus k squared is less than or equal to 1, which describes this property, has been observed in quantum eraser experiments.
Quantum Eraser never did an experiment in his life. You're lying.
I knew that was going to come up. I knew it. Yeah. Not quantum entanglement. That would be correct, Monk.
That was
Well
a shot
done.
in the dark.
Yeah. This specific instance of the principle of complementarity was demonstrated in an experiment in which electrons were fired at nickel by Davison and Germer. Double slit stuff? But what does the double slit experiment show?
Teabagging.
No? Not quantum tunneling? No, not the speed of light. All matter has this property according to the de Broglie hypothesis.
Oh, that name's familiar.
Clive's got it.
That is correct, Clive Wells. Well done. And Monk got it first in the internal chat. It's wave-particle duality. Yes. The results of the double slit experiment for photons imply what quantum mechanical idea that light and matter have two natures? It is, of course, wave-particle duality. Yeah. Okay, question 3. Book 2 of the Metamorphoses opens with a description of this god's palace, where he swears an oath to the river Styx. Which god are we talking about?
There's more than one?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Thousands.
Snap.
I say, don't you believe in God? To which you say, which one?
Yeah, which one?
Fortunately, I get to say no to all of them.
Yeah. In Book 12 of the Odyssey, this god incites Zeus to make animal skins crawl around and scream for 6 days and nights as punishment. Not Hades, not Odin, not Ra. No.
If you're just going to take random guesses, we'll be here for a while.
We will be, yeah. This father of Lampetia makes a voyage every night, floating across the northern streams of Oceanus.
Oh, God.
Who was the god?
It had to be a Greek
Not
god.
Elvis.
It was a Greek god.
Yes.
I think we can guess that one.
Just going by the Zeus.
Not Thor, not Zeus. No.
Thor's from the wrong pantheon.
Yeah. Both Tiresias and Circe warn Odysseus about this god's sacred island of Thrinacia, where his men are later thunderbolted for eating the holy cattle of this god. Not Poseidon, not Neptune, not Kafka, not Osiris, not Odin, not Liberace. No. Okay, this god lends his golden goblet to Heracles to help him travel west for his 10th labour. That is correct, Farmer's Boy.
Aha.
But you were beaten a little
course.
bit by Monk. Yeah.
No worries.
But that you are correct, yeah. Not Eddie Van Halen, not Mars, not Jon Snow. Not
Eddie
Triton.
Van Halen, rest in peace.
Yeah. In the Metamorphoses, this god fails to dissuade his mortal son from a fatal journey, driving this god's chariot across the sky. Colonel
Not
Saunders.
many gods had chariots.
No, they didn't. No. Yeah. Come on. Name this father of the Phaethon who is often identified with Apollo due to their roles as gods of the sun.
Oh, I was right. Yeah, it was the other one. Cool.
Yes.
Yep. Come on, Peanuts.
No, Miro, it wasn't that one-eyed bastard.
Not Rick Sanchez. Hammersmith.
The
Come
Greek
on.
version, Clive.
Preferred it when it was called the Odeon.
Yeah, not spelt right, Blue Marble, but you've got the correct correct one. Helios was the correct answer. Blue out in the Peanuts there.
Who, according to Flatzoid and many others, we all apparently worship.
Yeah, we all worship this one, apparently. Yeah. Helios.
What, Helios in particular or just the sun?
Well, they equate us having the sun at the centre of our solar system as us worshipping Helios, the sun god.
Yeah.
It's quite a leap, but there you go.
Okay, question 4. Marxist philosopher David Bohm lambasted the developers of this idea as people who discard scientific facts in order to reach conclusions convenient to the Catholic Church. What idea were they talking about? This is an easy one.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, that's good to know.
That is correct, Alan. See, I told you.
Okay, whatever.
Oh. Blues,
Not
blues,
socialism.
Blues back.
Okay. Former BBC producer Simon Singh wrote a 2004 book about the origins of this title idea.
Okay, not what I thought.
That is correct, Monk.
Oh,
Yes.
it is what I thought.
Yeah, it is. See, I told you it was an easy one. We just got to get the Peanuts online now. Okay, another quick clue then. In a 1951 address to the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, Pope Pius XII praised this scientific idea, though he was told that his interpretation was incorrect by the Belgian priest who wrote the 1931 paper credited with developing it. That was George Lemaitre. Not the Catechism, not VEC.
I think that should give it to almost everybody.
It should.
It should. I ain't got a bloody clue. It's religion. I don't do religion.
No, it's not a religion. This idea was called repugnant by Arthur Eddington.
Spooky got it.
Spooky got it, yes.
Very quickly by Dora.
Yes, you're correct. It is the Big Bang. Fred Hoyle coined the name for this idea on a BBC show to contrast it with the steady state model. Yay. About 10 to the negative 36 seconds after this event of an era of inflation began. Name this event that, according to prevailing cosmological theory, began the universe. It is, of course, the Big Bang. That's the only picture I could really find to give you a clue.
Noticing a theme in all of your Hans video.
That's Penny. So
okay, yeah.
And second worst name for a scientific theory after the God particle.
Yeah. Question 5. Walsh et al. Proposed that this object's migration accounted for the differential distribution of S-type and C-type objects. What object are we talking about? Okay, another clue. A class of objects with periods less than 20 years are referred to as this object's family. Jaguar E-type. No. Okay, another quick clue. The mass gap of 40% between this object's L4 and L5 swarms is not fully accounted for by the Nice model. You're onto the right track, Alan, but not really. Same with Carl Edwards. You're onto the right track, but you need to be more specific. Scattering by this object causes most near-Earth objects to take eccentric orbits. No, Farmer's Boy, the wrong one.
What about that one?
No, that wouldn't be right either.
What else is liable to do that? What about...
That would be right. That would be right, Alan. Yes. That would be the correct one. Yes.
Right. I was sort of getting there.
Yeah. Orbital resonances with this body in ratios such as 2:1, 3:1, 5:2, and 7:3 are the location of Kirkwood gaps. Not which
completely know this one, and I.
Which gas giant, Big Blue? Not the moon. 2 Lagrange points in this object's orbit are the locations of most Trojans.
Yeah.
That's the correct one, Big Blue, yes. Same Monk, you've got it. We've just got to get the peanuts onto it. Most asteroids are found between Mars and what largest solar system planet? Correct, Dora. Jupiter is the correct answer. Yes.
ZZ Top.
Lagrange.
Oh yeah, ZZ Top.
Yeah. Okay, question 6. The distance from a seen object to the plane made of these things is called the Z value, or depth, in Z buffering, used for occlusion culling. What are these things? An increase in mipmap level results in a 4-fold reduction in the number of these things, which are assigned values through interpolation in bilinear filtering. Not perspective, not CGI, although you would use them in CGI. The discrete cosine transform is applied to 8x8 matrices containing these things in a compression algorithm created by a joint expert group. What are these things?
Oh.
That's not right, but Alan has got a correct answer, and so does Monk. And the peanuts have it as well. Well done to Vroom Fondle for getting it first, I think, with pixels was the correct answer. Yeah. Primary rays are projected out through each of these things to render a scene in ray tracing. The frame buffer is made up of the values assigned to these units, which are averaged in anti-aliasing to reduce the staircase effect created by lines of them. Unlike in vector graphics, these units are individually addressed in raster graphics. Name these square units. 1920 by 1080, of which form a 1080p image. They are, of course, pixels. Well done.
Which is a short form of what 2 words?
Pixel element.
Picture elements.
That's the one.
This compound, question 7, this compound is found in structures that exist above the bottom simulating reflector.
Who's
What
got a simulated
compound?
bottom?
Yeah.
As long as it's not simulating my bottom, that's dangerous.
Why is it dangerous?
It's got a leak.
That might lead you to the answer.
Have you seen his bottom?
It's got a bad gas leak.
Ah, yeah, Dora. I was expecting a progressive JPEG loading image of a lady.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, second clue. A large man-made source of this compound is located in the San Juan Basin near Four Corners. Not seaweed, not a paddle, not carbon, not a lens, no. Delta proteobacteria populate a zone in which both sulfate and this compound are depleted, known as the sulfate transition zone. Replace with the answer. Not silicon dioxide, not salt, not photocells, no. Release of this compound would drive a strong feedback loop according to a gun hypothesis, named after structures containing it. What kind of hydrate, Big Blue? Not dioxide, not carbon carbonate, not calcium carbonate, sorry. Structures below the hydrate stability zone are able to contain this compound, and the largest sink of its oxidation in the atmosphere is from hydroxyl radicals. That would be correct, Monk. Well done.
Holy shit.
Yeah, see, I told you your bottom would lead you to the answer.
Pretty directly, in fact.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And we have that out in the peanuts with Carl Edwards coming up with the answer. Well done, Carl, with methane. Large amounts of this
to which he says bullshit, and she says no, it's bullshit.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Large amounts of this compound are contained in crystals of ice on the ocean floor known as clathrates. Name this third most abundant greenhouse gas, a tetrahedral hydrocarbon. It is, of course, methane.
Oh, yeah. Pockets of
At least it wasn't a video of somebody lighting a fart.
No.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That just would have kept it.
Yeah. Question 8. Aristotle spends much of book 4 of his Metaphysics arguing that these things are impossible. What things?
Flat earthers. Because he said that they can't be that dumb. Come on.
No, they can't be, but they've proven that they can be.
Yep.
Yep. Stanislav, now how do you say this? Stanislav Jakovsky's development of discursive logic in the 1940s aimed to deal with these statements by rejecting disjunctive syllogism, also called modus tollendo ponens.
Yeah, whatever.
Bank loans, no. Souls, no. Smart flirts, irrational numbers, no. Not lies, no.
Angles between curved lines.
Arguments premised on these statements are described by the principle of explosion. Not quite the right answer, John Rapp, but you're on to something. And Spooky, I would use a different word to paradoxes. They're not paradoxes. They are often notated by a lightning bolt, a pair of swords, or an upside-down T. Not tautologies. Identity, this concept, and the excluded middle are described by Aristotle's three classical laws. Dora has the answer. This type of statement is the end goal of reductio ad absurdum arguments. If a model does not contain this kind of sentence, then it is called consistent. And that is right, Monk. It is a contradiction or a falsehood. A tautology is the opposite of what type of statement exemplified by the utterance, I am both hungry and not hungry. It is a contradiction. Yeah. Or a false statement. Second last question.
Black Swan.
Yeah. Question 9. A recent analysis of this work by George Garnett found that it contains 93 penises.
You were.
Yeah.
That be penile.
What work is it? It's a piece of art. What artwork is this that contains 93 penises?
I have no idea.
No?
No.
Okay.
Not a big fan of penis art, personally.
Ah, okay. This work appears to borrow heavily from the Jester of William of Poitiers, though it contradicts the Jester regarding the treatment of Conan. Not the Bible. No. It is widely accepted that the final titulus of this work, Et fuga verterant Angli, is spurious and was added in 1814 out of anti-British sentiment. What work of art is this? Okay. According to legend, this work was created at night by a woman named Matilda, though it was probably commissioned by Odo, the brother of Matilda's husband. Not the Last Supper? Huh?
Did she waltz?
Maybe. I don't know. Restorations of this work contributed to the likely false idea that a certain king died of an arrow to the eye.
Oh. That very much spelled that right.
That is correct, Farmer's Boy. And the first person out in the peanuts to get it was John Rapp, I think. Yes. Followed closely by Irish Stew and Carl Edwards with Some Kind of Tapestry. Yeah.
You can't spell it either.
Yeah, exactly. Its first scene shows Edward the Confessor sending Harold Godwinson to Normandy. Yeah. Name this artwork that chronicles the Norman conquest of England. It is the Bayeux Tapestry.
Yeah, see, I was never going to get that.
Now that is how my ancestors got here to this country. We came over as part of that invasion.
What?
My family.
With 93 penises?
No. Well, I don't know whether there's 93 of us. But yes, my family tree has been traced back, and my particular family came over. We were part of the Norman invasion, and of course the Normans were the Norsemen. So I'm a Viking. Ah!
You're a Viking, hey?
Apparently.
At least you're not French.
So are you related to Johnny?
Nope, not at all, not ever. Because he's from Iceland.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Don't dox him, farmer, please.
Okay.
Yeah, no doxing. Question 10. A mother tries to clean this object to sell at the market instead of her cotton, after which she faints and then wakes up to a feast served on 12 silver plates. What is the object? I'm expecting this one to go fairly quickly. Be more specific, farmers boy.
Hang on.
Same, Carl Edwards. Be more specific.
That one. You like that answer?
I'd like that answer, yeah. I don't see Speaky Ben Air came up with the same answer. Oh, dear.
You know the one I mean.
Yeah, come on, who's there? Yes, I'm going to give it to Dora with Aladdin's lamp.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, you were correct. After only one clue, yes. I'll read the rest of the clues anyway. A woman is tricked into trading this object for a new, worthless one made of copper, but she gets it back by putting on a dress of diamonds, seducing the African who tricked her, and then poisoning him with wine. Gee, that seems like a fairly elaborate way to get it back.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
I don't remember that in the movie with Robin Williams.
Yeah. The story centering on this object, which is set in China, was added to the collection it is part of by French traveller Antoine Galland. An African magician gives a truant boy a ring to help him find this object in a booby-trapped cave. After acquiring this object, that boy marries Princess Badrulbada, with whom he lives in a palace built by the creature summoned by this object. What magical object does Aladdin rub to summon a genie? It is, of course, Aladdin's lamp. Yay. And there you go.
Yeah.
There is
very much.
the quiz for the day. And we should remind everybody what quiz it was, right?
Oh yes, I think we need a reminder.
Absolutely.
I think some of them forgot out there already.
Yeah. It was quiz number... There you go. Quiz number 52. Okay.
Yeah. Let's not concentrate on what's left of the t-shirt says.
The t-shirt which appears to be defying physics.
Yeah.
Be quiz 52 double D. For all you
there
sports
you go.
fans.
There you go.
Oh,
That's
very
your
good.
quiz
Thank
for
you very
today.
much.
There you go.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
You're welcome. Booby-trapped caves. Yeah, I should have thought of that.
Oh, yeah. Not so much a trap, more an invitation.
Yeah.
As I understand it, traps don't have boobies.
Well, it depends. Depends on the budget, I suspect.
Oh, Bro Watson posted something in Fair Suck about Sleeping Warrior, so I don't know if it's something we should be sharing.
No, don't.
No. It just sounds so wrong. Yeah. It just sounds wrong. That's all I can say.
Very wrong. did I do?
Anton. Black hole entered a star, caused it to go supernova. Flat Earth debate. Greedy blinder. Mr. Sensible. Guess Brian's logic. The massive gas.
Jesus, he's
Riley's
still at it.
Rashi shorts. Something down Flat Earth that tries to prove that we live under a dome. How long's that one go for, man? 15-minute one. Grab that for now. Oh, pardon me. Who else have we got? South Celestial Pole Star Trails from Perth. From Wolfie. What else have we got? Radio signals from Earth already reached these habitable planets.
Mm.
That's what Anton one. That's yesterday's. Everett, why am I Flat Earther, episode 4. Travel Earth Observer fails to take down someone down yet again. No, when was that? Thursday. Mr. 42's yellow atom is stuck at elevation.
Oh yeah, yeah, I've seen that one.
That was Thursdays. How long was he going for? 11 minutes. Looking for shorts maybe. No one does any short ones. That's as far back as I can go. That's all there is. That's all that's been out there. Okay. Because we've seen that Everett Anderson Flat Earther across Christians. We've already seen that one.
Oh, whoever's eating crisps, please stop.
Not me.
Yeah, it's Paul. I see him chewing.
Yeah, with his clacky keyboard as well.
Oh, and that might be my keyboard because I've got a Logitech keyboard and they are quite
Well,
loud.
if it's Paul or me, we're eating chips. If it's Farmers or Alan, they'd be crisps.
I ain't got any crisps up here.
Okay.
I've got some walnuts. Oh, I might have some actually. Might have some walnuts.
So which
Here's another one for you in Fairsuck.
He says.
I don't know why I fed back then.
Oh.
Good old Sabine.
Yep. It's even on topic, kind of.
No, that's all there is.
She does some good videos.
Yeah.
Have we played her before to get a copyright off her? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what her feeling is on being replayed.
Yeah, well, I've played Anton, and I haven't heard. Anton's never said anything. Goes for 8 minutes. How to tell science from pseudoscience. Okay. I think we should be alright. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We don't have to play all of them. We've got Simon, Wolfie, Wally, Mr. 42, and Sabine.
Well, I deliberately didn't watch Wolfie because I thought we'd be watching it here.
Yeah, okay. I'll do. Wolfie came out September 10. On the 10th. Wally was the 9th. Oh, this is an old one from Sabine, going back to 2020. They had to dig back in the archives for that one.
Yeah, like at 8 o'clock.
Yeah. I will do Wolfie first.
Yeah. Bugger.
And we know we're right for. We should be right for Wolfie because that's Wally's friend.
Breakfast popcorn for lunch, and two bags of popcorn.
Who's talking?
That sounds good.
Not me, because I turned myself. Oh, I muted myself so you wouldn't hear me swearing.
Hot micing
about
somewhere.
my back.
Yeah, somebody was hot micing somewhere.
Sounded like somebody had Blue's Discord server coming through from earlier.
What a replay of it. Don't know.
Or it live.
No, it's no live because there's only Monk and Farmers over there.
It's only me and Paul left.
Muted, yeah. Oh, not Farmer,
Yeah.
Paul and they're both muted. So.
Yeah. Nobody
I
else
can
in there.
disconnect now.
And it's only me and Farmer
Mhm.
over in ours. So.
Yeah.
So we don't. So that's a there it goes again.
Yeah.
Blue.
Blue.
It's not
blue.
No, it's blue. I can see blue.
It was
Blue's
blue. I
lighting
just
up.
seen it lit up. Yeah, we
What are
found
you
the
watching, Blue?
with deductive reasoning and scientific method. We determined that it was Big Blue.
Yeah. Because he was lighting up.
Blue, was that Sabine?
He's going to say, huh?
To me, is he?
Huh?
Huh?
Anyway.
Huh?
Huh?
So it's now just after 7 a.m. and as you can see the sun is up and the telescope has been doing its thing all night. Just pointing directly at the South Celestial Pole, taking one frame every 7 seconds. So in this video we're going to look at some star trails that were taken from Perth a couple of weeks ago when I had my telescope pointed towards the South Celestial Pole. As you can see, it turned out very nicely. But as you watch the time lapse progress, I want you to notice a number of things. Number one, every star is moving at the same angular rate around the central point. Additionally, there is absolutely no overlapping of any of the stars. They are very precisely spaced, and that spacing doesn't change whether they are at the lower part of the image or at the top. Now, I have seen in the past some flat earthers claiming that the star trails will overlap, but that's what happens if you put your tripod on soft earth or grass and it settles by a few millimeters overnight. When the telescope is placed on a steady tripod on a solid base, the star trails are extremely precise, as you will see here. So the time-lapse consists of more than 3,000 individual photographs, with one taken every 7 seconds. If we choose a random sample, it looks like this before being processed into the time-lapse. We're now going to do a plate solve on this image to confirm we are looking at the South Celestial Pole. And we do that with this website, nova.astrometry.net. We select upload.
Keep getting flashes of your desktop there, Terry.
Hey?
We choose
Keep
our
getting
file.
flashes of your desktop.
What do you mean? What's happening?
Every now and then I get to see your desktop. Just single frames. Are you hovering over something? Yeah, like that. Right there. That was weird.
That's my mouse.
Anyway.
Yeah, it flashed.
Continue on.
Okay. I didn't think I was moving the mouse.
And we upload it to the site. Now at this point the analysis only takes a minute or two, so I'll let it run in real time. And what the software is doing is analysing the stars it can see in my photograph and comparing it to a known database. Once the analysis is complete, it will tell us information about the photograph and also exactly what part of the sky we are looking at.
Oh yeah, I saw it too.
At least it's not just me.
No, it's not just you. I saw it as well. I saw Terry's car.
Oh, that's weird. You want me to stop sharing it just to reset it?
No, just no, go with it. It literally, it's just like one frame. It just flashed.
We now
boom,
go to the results page. And if we overlay the grid, you can see that we are in fact looking at the South Celestial Pole. We have additional information over here. The size of the image is 105 by 58.9 arc minutes, so roughly 1 degree by 1.7 degrees field of view. We also have images down here that show us where our photograph is in relation to other objects in the sky. So at the end of this video, I'm going to play another time lapse taken without the star trails, and this one has a timestamp in the upper right hand corner, and it goes right through until dawn. What I'd like you to be mindful of as you watch this time lapse is that any of the stars in view can be tracked with an equatorial mount using a single axis of rotation at a steady, unchanging rate. Now it's worth reiterating this point because the geometry of the equatorial mount is an absolute flat earth killer, and any flat earther denying this is really just telling us that they still don't understand how an equatorial mount works. So please feel free to go ahead, fellas. If you want to show the world that you still don't understand how the EQ mount works, be my guest.
Well, it looks cool when he does it like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
The progression. Now, how can you fake that, or how can you disagree with something like that?
It's too perfect. It's obviously CGI.
Yeah. So, suppose it would help if I unmuted to talk.
Yes.
I wish I knew what software to use to do that bit, because I can do the time lapse, but the way they build it up like this, I'm not sure what you would use.
Right, that's interesting. The flashing that we're seeing isn't happening in YouTube.
So here it is, the equatorial mount, one of my favourite flat earth killers that provides measurable proof that the earth cannot be flat. I wonder how many flat earthers are going to show us once again that they still don't understand how this mount works. If we were tracking any of those stars near the South Celestial Pole, the geometry might look something like this, and the tracking will occur on a single axis of rotation, like this. Now, the part that destroys flat Earth is the fact that we can track on a single axis of rotation at a steady rate when that axis is polar aligned, and that means aligned according to latitude. What is quite fascinating, though, is that we can point it to any star in the sky and it will still track that star using that single axis of rotation at the same rate. No matter where you are on the Earth, that single axis and steady rate of rotation will track any star in the sky. I have no idea why flat earthers still don't understand this, but I guess it just boils down to their inability to comprehend basic math and geometry.
Yeah.
I have heard exactly one explanation of equatorial mounts for the flat Earth, and it went something like this: equatorial mounts work, the Earth is flat, therefore equatorial mounts work on the flat Earth.
Yes, that's exactly right, and that's also their argument for the sextant.
Yep.
Yeah.
No attempts at how, just it works because the Earth is flat.
Yeah, you start off with the premise that the Earth is flat. Everything we use works, therefore it works on a flat Earth. I mean, the logic is stunning.
That's one word for it, yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't the sextant a thing on someone's channel? I know Bob was talking to somebody on someone's channel. It might have been on Gems. Or was it on Brander's? I can't remember now.
Yeah, that's generally how it works. They see something that works, the Earth is flat, therefore it must work on a flat Earth.
Yep.
We've got a geo. No image, just a geo.
A geo.
Gatekeeper of the truth.
That's John Watson.
Oh no, who let the
John
Scotsman in?
Watson.
Oh crap.
Somebody left the door open.
Oh, there goes the neighbourhood. Hello, John. How you doing, mate?
I heard you talking about telescopes, and then that's kind of, it's like saying my name 3 times.
Exactly.
Well, we didn't say your name 3 times.
You talked about
Doesn't
telescope.
matter.
It has the same effect.
The words equatorial mount came out multiple times. That was
it did.
Yeah, it's just John Equatorial Mount Watson. Yeah. There's a few programs that Alan was talking about how to combine image. There's a couple of programs, and I think there's maybe a couple of plugins for I can't remember what they are right now, but I can DM that when I have a look on my laptop.
Yeah, DM me the stuff after the show, John. That would be absolutely brilliant, mate.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh.
If I can just put my flurf hat on for just a moment. When we look at the sky, we don't see the stars making trails. They're just dots. So therefore,
No, you don't see it with your
it's fake.
with your
It's
own
CGI.
eyes. Yeah, you don't see that with your own eyes.
CGI.
Unless you're drunk.
The one I like is the equatorial mount of the Milky Way. When you see it tilt but follow the tracking of the Milky Way on it going through the sky. I like that one. I need to get a copy an image somewhere for that one, a GIF or something.
What you mean when the mount is tracking the Milky Way and the horizon appears from the side of the frame?
You're following the Milky Way in the sky, but the land beneath you rotates.
Yeah,
I like that one.
Who's abusing their keyboard now? Alan?
Oh, that'd be Alan. Alan?
Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
Okay, it wasn't you that time. Well, we usually get to know who does what in here.
I only type hard when I'm writing code.
Okay.
I was trying to type really softly. And Paul, can you just... I'm trying to... Oh, it's a cat.
It's a kitten.
It's a kitten.
Yeah.
It's a kitten in a
You
cleavage.
couldn't quite make it out.
It's surprise pussy.
It's boobs and pussy all at once.
Yeah. Spot on. I've got a black pussy, you know.
There's a joke called
My
somewhere.
pussy got all wet last week. Oh. Sorry, I can't do a proper Molly Sugden.
She keeps throwing up hairballs. So I told her not to. It's disgusting.
I thought you were going to do a what's his name impersonation. What's his name?
I don't know. Who are you on about?
The pussy done a whoopsie in my beret.
Oh no,
that's
Frank Spencer.
Frank Spencer, yeah.
Yes, no, don't do Frank Spencer.
Betty.
Paul just disappeared into where the pussy came from.
Into the boobs, yeah. I mean, you would if you could, right?
Yeah.
You lot.
No hesitation from farmers. Just yep.
Yep. Right.
You don't need a foul mouth Scotsman. You're doing just fine on your own.
Yep. It is compelling viewing.
Oh, you should have had the other one put on for John.
Did I was just thinking, farmers.
Yeah.
Because I don't use Zoom very often, and my name obviously on Zoom is the Gatekeeper of the Truth. Were you there on Mosaic like ages ago, like maybe years ago? That Spurs Chemo called me the Gatekeeper of the Truth.
Yes, that does ring a bell. Yeah.
Actually,
a bit.
Yeah. The what? The gatekeeper of the truth. I'll
Oh, I
take
like
that.
that. Yeah, we'll have that. Thank you very much.
Now you just need a thumbnail image to go with it.
Do not have one. I thought
No.
No, you're naked. You're
arms
naked.
left.
Sorry, Peanuts. We've got a naked person in here.
Naked in public.
Yeah.
Again.
it's not the first time. It won't be the last.
If you're tech savvy, you should be able to figure it out to throw something up.
I'll have a look at it.
Have you got Zoom as an app or a what is it? An app or the other one?
I'm just on my phone, but it's so.
Oh, you're only on a phone. Okay. Yeah, I haven't tried to work it out on a phone yet. I've been meaning to do that.
As farmers knows, my nakedness is quite a regular occurrence these days.
Somebody just has to say lesbian wedding, and he says, "Yep, I'll get the kilt out."
Well,
Dora says, "Boobs, a pussy, and a hot chick. This stream is not safe for work now."
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 hot chicks.
Yeah. These
Are they going
2.5
cheap?
weeks old now. They're yeah.
Very.
They were going cheap, yes.
They're about 2.5 weeks old now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Eating shit. That's all they'll do.
That's pretty much what they do. Yeah.
Eat shit and chirp.
My cats nearly do that. They just don't chirp.
I had a cat used to sit at the window and stare at the birds and make chirping noises. It was very confused.
There would have been.
Yeah.
Confuse the birds.
yeah, I had a cat that did that. Tortoiseshell. Yeah, she would sound like a bird. She would sit at the windows, but it didn't actually like cheep. It was really weird.
Oh, you
Clearly they're just multilingual.
Sorry, I got mesmerised by your fractals. How deep are they going, or how many? What is it? Times?
This one stops like 2 levels up from where I blow out the limit of my accuracy.
Okay.
It only took me a day and a half to render. It's code I wrote myself, so it's not like the most optimal thing in the world.
But isn't there a number or something they call it when they go how deep you go into it or something?
Yeah, there is a zoom level. I didn't bother to actually look at the zoom level on this one. I could work it out.
Yeah.
But
I know I did see some YouTube blokes that they did do. Once they went really pretty deep into it.
Oh, the depth they go to now is just crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't have the ability to write that kind of code. I tried getting past the accuracy limit, but then it was taking like half an hour to render each frame once I was getting fairly deep, so I kind of gave up on it.
Yeah. And when did this first the first inception of the Mandelbrot set? Mandelbrot himself, obviously.
Yeah, mid-60s, I think.
Wow.
But I mean, he was following along from Sapinski and a few other guys who've been doing work on fractals. So, but yeah, he took a slice through the Julia set and went, "Hey, look at this!" And everybody was just blown away because it was such a simple calculation. It's a trivial calculation that results in this infinite complexity.
Wow.
It's fascinating stuff.
Remove pin.
The number of places you find Mandelbugs in this thing is just crazy.
Yeah, they're in a lot of things if you look around.
Yeah.
What's that one? What's this other view I've got here? Oh, I've got all these new features that come up, and now I don't know what they are. What the?
And just to say, I think I'm going to have to log into to Zoom on my laptop to give myself to clothe myself, as it were. I can't see how to do it on the phone.
Did I break it?
That's new.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to work out. What have I done?
What is immersive view?
I got no idea.
That's weird. That's weird. A fireplace with a mantelpiece in a garden.
Outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With what looks like an interior style table and chairs.
I'm trying to work out what is it from. Do I go in it or does somebody else go into it? Where am I?
The heck is this? Let's see.
I think that's if I go on camera, I'd be put there with the fireplace.
Go on.
I don't know, but I've got other squares like that. Did I just put that there?
Well, you see, you can put us there.
Yeah. Can arrange us in whatever background.
You can put us in the seats, Terry.
Yeah, wait a minute. I might be able to
Announced
get you
at
there.
Zoomtopia 2020, Immersive View allows hosts to arrange video participants and webinar panelists into a single virtual background.
He puts me in the fire.
There you go.
There you go. See?
Paul's now seated at the table.
Yeah.
I should be glaring over the fence.
Oh, now, jeez.
Oh, do you want me to put you over the fence? I don't know if I can. I broke you.
I should be.
Wait a minute,
I
I'll put you
glaring at you over the fence.
I can't. No, I can't get him quite over the fence. I can only get him over there. That's clever.
Well,
Wait a minute. Okay, I'll change that.
See, now you can create a panel and have a spot for us each, Terry.
Yeah, okay. I'll try a different one. These are just new things I haven't learnt yet.
So what feature is that? That's the
immersion. It's called
Immersive View.
Can one person say that?
Immersive View.
Okay.
See, there you go.
No, and it handles the background illumination as well. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, it's a bit wrong on my avatar picture, but
yeah. I don't know. Where's the rest of you? Where's everybody?
Well, mine's doing all right. I'm just not moving around very much.
This one here is not working very well. I don't know who that is. I got no idea who that is. There's Alan. Yeah, we'll move Alan over here. There we are. Yeah, we'll move Alan over there.
Yeah. A very, very young Alan.
Yeah, and we'll move Paul to there. There we go. Okay, we'll see what other one we got. It even has your name there, like Farmer's Boy Monk, me, Alan, all the way across, like everyone's name.
Yeah, that was a very young me because that was taken in November 1983.
Is there any others? No, that's all, that seems to be all there is.
Who's the invisible one? Is that you, Terry?
Yeah, well, I haven't got a
You haven't got, oh no,
there you go. That's cute.
And I can I can move you around, but that's you're already framed in that spot, so I can't really move you from that spot. I can make you fit in.
Mandel zoom back.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. There's the Mandelbrot thing working. Okay. And that's what they see out there, except for that top bit up the top. So I don't know.
Because you've still got blue up there, haven't you?
Yeah, blue's up the top for some reason, and so is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, because you've only got 5 spots to put, and 7 participants.
Okay. Have a look at what other one. There's not that many to choose from at the moment. What's this one? While it loads. Start.
Yeah, I'll just go back to my static avatar.
There we go. We can have that one. And we can have that one. What? What happened there?
It's eliminated her as background.
Yeah.
That's weird. Because we can see bits of Paul peeking through there.
Yeah.
So I got Alan
Trying to come through
working.
from the other dimension.
Yeah, it doesn't work with anyone else. Well, there's the cat.
Meow.
Wait a minute. I might be able to swap. There you go. Oh!
Hello.
No, it's decided that she's background.
It doesn't quite work, does it? That one?
It's done the background elimination thing on her.
Yeah. So whatever background you got. What about your Mandelbrot?
So if I put my Mandelbrot back on, it's decided that the black is the background.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of cool.
Made it see-through.
Yeah, except when we get down to here-ish, that's it. No more see-through bits because we're too deep.
It's formed its own green screen, so to speak, without a green screen.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty good because I've just put the background that is supposed to go behind that image.
But see, if I do that one, it disappears. So that one.
Yeah, and if Paul comes and sits back down, you'll find that it'll eliminate her and just show Paul.
Just show Paul. Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
What happened?
Well,
He's the invisible man.
I removed myself. I removed myself from the image. If I remove the background, of course it's not a problem. But if I put the background on and then remove myself from the background, you just see the circuit. You just see there's a circular radar console in the bottom center of the image, and that's the only bit you see. Because I'm guessing it's looking for a head, and sees the circle, and that's what you get.
I'll pull back in now and see what happens.
Yeah, so that's my background without my video, and if I put my video back on, which is my thing, right? And if I grab Paul and put him down here, there's Paul, but no background.
Yep. Yeah, so the AI background elimination has decided that the woman that was in the background was not a person.
Yeah.
That's a bit sexist.
Cool, isn't it? And what about that? Oh no, it loses your background, Alan. Only just puts that image in.
Yeah. Well, I just stuck the.
But see how it's got the top.
That's without the background.
Yeah, I'd have to manoeuvre the thing around.
It's not bad, is it?
Yeah, I'd have to move the OBS part to just make it fit the people that's on the screen. What's this one? I think they're all I think they're all going to be the same because there's another one. Same principle.
Oh, nice. Yep.
So depending on how many people,
a lot more people.
Yeah, and you'd have like where Paul's sitting. It's perfect, isn't it? It's like as if he's actually sitting in a chair.
Yeah.
It's just interesting that in my case, it's like my avatar is dark.
Yeah.
So it's decided that the dark bits are the background.
Yeah.
Very strange.
And it even counts how many people to be seated. Okay, there's that one. What's this one? I've already done that one.
I just posted a potential avatar on the Fair Suck of myself, by the way.
No, that one.
Oh, you don't see Paul and Alan down the bottom, but you see me.
There you go.
At the top. I'd have to move it. Yeah, they don't see it
That's-
on that one.
That's doing really well at removing the rest of it,
Okay,
isn't it?
you want me to change that one to?
There you go. Try that.
Yeah, I'm trying to find one that's going to fit. Is that one? What's that one? Try that one. There you go.
Interesting.
Well, that one's not working too good. As Blue tried to do his, but it didn't work.
No, didn't like that, did it?
You're going all funny, Blue.
It's done the opposite. It's kept the background, and
Yeah.
it's trying to get rid of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's done the same for that photo of me as well. That's interesting.
That's a weird one. What was the other one? Is that one? I think that one looked the most
So
interesting.
now I have to try other photos. Hang on.
Yeah, it depends on which one's going to work, doesn't it?
Unfortunately, I only have a glass of water.
Yeah, I think that one there. There we go. Where'd Blue go? No, something's wrong with you, Blue.
it's
I don't
cut
know
my
what you're
hair up
doing
and not
wrong,
the
Blue.
background.
You're doing something wrong, Blue. I don't know what it is. Paul's working. Alan's
It's
working.
cut holes in me head. Yeah, that's because it's a static image.
Right. Okay.
It doesn't do so well on statics.
That might be the lighting.
But
Yeah, possibly.
it worked really well on my static image with a fairly complex background behind it.
Well, I have no lighting. I've got the light in the back behind
Yeah,
me.
that's probably what's probably
That'll be
doing
the
it on
problem.
Blues. Yeah, there's just these new toys I've got all come up into me Zoom, and I've been trying to figure out what they're good for.
Huh?
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 No.
Behind
no,
the chair.
no, Alan's working
my head is
okay.
sitting.
Yeah, I don't know what the story is with that. It must be to do with the lighting.
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah. Because Paul's
It's
working
doing really well with
see,
Paul and Alan.
Yeah, Paul's working okay. Alan's working okay.
Yeah, it's probably the
I'm
lighting.
bacon.
I think we're both reasonably well front lit, so it makes it a lot easier
Yeah.
for the computer to recognise what it's seeing.
And every one of them's basically similar, just like that. Because if you're doing... Where are we?
You could probably download others. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I haven't looked right into it yet. Add a custom background? I can add custom backgrounds into this same part. So that works.
There you
Okay. I just noticed it then. I didn't see it. Stop immersive view for everyone. Okay, let's put it back to normal. Yeah, there's other toys here too. I just haven't quite got them figured out yet. See, now Blue's working alright there, just.
Not really, but sort of.
No, it's got you. It's got looks like something poking through.
There's something breaking through there, isn't
There
there?
we go. Stick my hand up there, it'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Why it's doing that.
I know what you're doing wrong, Blue. You just haven't got a woman in the background like me.
We can see a planet through him. He's not real.
Oh, it's his background image that's showing through that he has for his avatar.
Oh,
That's
yes,
anything
that
I
could
can
be
think of.
Is that what it's doing?
Yeah, that's what I think it's doing. Because you can see, the see it like through, shining through.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Huh. All right. Turn it off.
And I've been looking at what games I could add as well. I'm trying to work out how they show through. But they're joined on. I'm trying to work out how they show up. That's the thing I can't figure out. Because I've got them on my screen, but they don't show up over there. Collapse, send,
I haven't
share.
messed with this.
Share?
I messed with this camera, man, either since I brought it in. Since I'm not running Cavendish anymore right now, I brought one of the cameras in here.
See, I share that, but then I haven't got that as a scene. Okay, that's good. Oh, here we go. I can do that. Transition it to there. I'd have to change the size, obviously. But there's these games that you can get, different ones. So I'm trying to work out how these questions work, because it's got my name coming up in it.
Well, you'd have to click on Add Players, Terry.
Yeah, it does that. You can add things. You can add people to it. I haven't figured out how to use it yet properly, but
I mean, I see the invite, and I click the thingy invite, and I get this thing come up down the side, but I'm not quite sure.
You have to actually install.
Yeah, it says add players.
Add.
Paste this invite into Zoom or any other chat to invite everyone to play. And you copy invite into Zoom, paste, and that goes into the internal chat. Alright.
Alright, so I get the internal chat up.
Well, that's...
Oh, there we go.
Brilliant. So Zoom, I have my email address in the sign-in, which is correct. In the format, name@domain.com, because it's my thing, @gmail.com. And it says your email address must be in the format of name@domain.com. What happens if I hit sign in?
I'm just trying to find a one that'll fit better. So that's the shape of it. Oh, I can change the shape. There we go. I'd have to work out whatever to do it. Waiting for something to answer. So it's got me and you at the moment, Alan, in it. At the moment.
Yeah.
So if
I'm
I
going
put...
to guess that I can go click on... I can click on one of these.
I'm going to go True Reality, just for the...
So did I.
Alright.
So did I.
Are you in as well? Where does it say your name?
He's in as F.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Well, who does Farmer's Boy think is the best chef? Big Blue, Monk, Alan, or me?
Blimey.
Oh. But how do we know it's right or wrong?
Well, we don't.
Ah.
So I'm just
okay, I'm going to go
vote
Monk.
for someone.
So what they see is what I'm showing on this end.
All I can see is Paul's.
You can't see. Well, you're not in. What are you seeing,
Because that's
Alan?
all I'm looking at.
Sorry?
Well, what are you seeing, Alan?
I'm seeing the Ask Away that you've got, I think, that you're sharing out on that's also being shared out on YouTube.
Yeah, I've
Plus
shared.
down the side,
Yeah.
I've got the I've got the questions so that I can. Damn, and I know the answer to that one is one that I can't actually give.
I don't know. Silly question.
Yeah, well, it's not the point of the question. It's the usage of the actual program.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're not seeing what Alan's seeing to click on an answer.
I mean, oh no,
You have to go in. So in the chat, if you click on.
Yeah, I posted it in the internal
you
chat.
next to
the link.
invite. Yep.
Well, did you click on it, or did you have to copy and paste it, or something, or just click on it?
No. It comes up with a little card with a view button on it. You click the view button, and then you have to go to the log into the website.
Okay, on mobile after joining,
Authorize
click
the
here
app,
to play.
blah, blah,
if
blah.
you're on a mobile phone, or yeah, it says it all there. Okay, well, that's just one of the game things that I thought I'd just play with.
Everybody thought you'd rather stay in and watch a movie.
Would Monk rather be a museum curator or an aquatic life buyer for aquariums? I don't know. I suppose it's what everyone else picks as an answer, and then.
No. What we're supposed to do is we pick an answer, and the person is also supposed to pick the answer, so that it then comes up with, "Did you guess the right one?"
Ah. Okay.
Which of course means that we really shouldn't be looking at what you're clicking on.
Yeah,
because you shouldn't really be sharing it in here. It's all right sharing it out to the audience, but
yeah, but I thought you'd be getting a screen that'd be coming up for everyone. Or to be a different screen or something. Or you.
So we've each got a little pop-up window.
Right. So what
Where
I'm not
we can
supposed to
interact
be.
with the
So I'm
buttons.
not supposed to be sharing it to you guys in here because you get your own little window.
Yes.
Right. Okay. I get you. So I'll stop sharing that.
Oh, and now that ended the game.
No, did it?
No, it hasn't.
No.
But we're waiting for Terry and two other people
Oh
to
no,
answer
there it
the
is.
question.
It's stuck out to the side. Sorry, it just all moved. That's all.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Mine-
getting
mine's-
here. I'm getting the
mine's-
same thing.
Mine's where the chat would be.
Yeah, I've got it over the side. Yeah, my chat's not there. I popped the chat out.
You win, Paul.
So how do I pop?
Everybody guessed it was you.
Oh, pop out here. I can pop it out now. So I've popped it out. But can I close that bit? Oh yeah, I can close that bit. And then I can put that back there. Because I've only got one monitor, see? So I have to have it
Come on,
popped
Terry.
out.
Let's see your answer.
Oh, waiting for E-Monk and to
shit,
answer,
sorry.
it says down the bottom here. So somebody's not answering maybe in as it's going through. I don't know.
Yay!
Honestly, none of them, any of them would have been fine.
How do I come out of this then?
Yeah. Well, I guess all the rest of them you'd really want to do.
Who does Farmer's Boy think would make a best judge on a reality baking competition show?
None of you. Because who the hell watches that crap?
Oh, it definitely ain't me.
So you don't see what I'm picking, only the
No.
YouTube.
Right, how
By
do you
the
come
look of
out
it.
of it? It's all very well being in it, but how do you get out of it?
Okay.
Close all. Close all apps, yes.
Let's see if I've
That
got a
should
thing
now
here
have
to
me
say
out of it. I would have
merge,
thought.
refresh app, close. Doesn't say stop, just says close. Okay, close. Congratulations, you got 3 questions correct. Play again. Click start meeting, select apps, ask, click code, click away. Close that. Okay. Put that back to there. Oh, that was interesting.
Yeah.
And I can go into the place where I've got that from and get a lot of stuff that I've got to look at. But that's what I thought I'd grab first, just that one to start with, to see how it worked and what to do. Yeah. Well, see, the Zoom application, a lot of people use it, everything from schools to, a lot of places. So places that do meetings and stuff, so that they said, play this for when you're bored. Yeah. Oh, we'll play Mr. 42. I was thinking of winding it up soon too, so I've got Mr. 42 or got Wally Level Earth Observer. And Flat Earther shows Earth curves to everyone. Yeah, I might just do these two, Wally and Simon Dan.
Fair enough.
Because I've been streaming for too long and other times, and it doesn't seem to matter. Especially for the views and all that sort of stuff. Put that back to there. Now you got to change that. That's working, that's working, that's working. All working again? Yep.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, Level Earth Observer Adam, the poor doofus, he's gone and done it all again, hasn't he? He went and released this video the other day. Now, I missed it because I had a few more important things on, but I tell you what, now that I saw Mr. Sensible have a go at it, there was one thing that I remember way back in the deep recesses of my brain that tells me Adam is well wrong. And it took me about 10 seconds to find it. First of all, let's just let Adam have his dope rope moment. We'll give the dope enough rope and let him hang himself.
Meet the star of today's video, young Nicholas. Nicholas is not only going to flatten the spinning globe Earth theory for us, but he's also going to destroy Simon Dan's physics says so argument with a practical reference. What makes this even more fun is the fact Nicholas is a huge space fan and NASA nerd. It's not good times, is it, Dan?
So Adam is all well beside himself because he thinks he has some proof here.
It's gotten pretty bad, Dan. Especially now we've got young Nicholas, one of your own, about to serve you up good and proper with a practical reference. And this is where we join the action. Nicholas is going to give us a demonstration of his Sky Crane drone. But the only things Nicholas demonstrates here are, one, how unscientific and ridiculous the spinning globe Earth theory is, and two, Nicholas is going to highlight why Dan didn't cite any practicality as far as real world physical demonstrations are concerned. Remember, Dan said physics says so, but the only physicality we got from Dan was him running away. And of course, Nicholas's practical reference is highlighting why Dan ran away. Take it away, Nicholas.
And it's lowering. Oh, it's getting harder to control. We got some oscillations.
Already we can see the problems. The crane, the pendulum is swinging all over the shot. Bearing in mind, Nicholas's drone's not doing ludicrous speeds in all different directions. No. He's actually trying to help you guys out here. But look how out of plumb and how much this thing is swinging. And it's not even 2 meters in height as far as the pendulum. So imagine this thing being 1,000 foot tall.
That's no good. That's hard to control, huh? Wow.
Look at the state. And I'm supposed to take the spinning cannonballer theory. Seriously, I mean, come on. Look at the state of it.
But the problem is, Adam, and I'm sure you read this because you're actually in the comments a little bit further down, but I'm sure you would have read Nicholas's comments on my original video a long way back 5 months ago when this happened. It seems Nicholas was trying to induce the swing just so he could have a bit more fun. Now Nicholas, he's a bit of a guru. He likes to play with drones and he likes to write the control software for them. So of course he was just mucking around with it. It was an educational video. And it seems Nicholas is not really a fan of Adam's thinking either. No surprises there. If you really want to have a good chuckle, pop over to that thread and have a look. And poor Adam, he's whinging and complaining about all the people, they're all mean to him. But he does it to himself, doesn't he? Yes, we know this. Well, Adam, this was a short one. Sorry you had to get ping-ponged all over again. Well, this is video number 80. What can I say? Adam, you keep stuffing up. I'm probably going to keep slapping you back down again. Let me just finish with 3 pendulums of demonstrable reality that agree with physics, and they all say so.
Because physics says so.
Simon Dan wasn't wrong. First one was the cow video by Mr. Sensible. Now that was excellent. Very far side of you, mate. The second one is the 2-meter pendulum inside the plane travelling at 600 miles an hour. Adam really likes to ignore this one, but there you go. And the third one is Sochi. It's a stringless pendulum and it's travelling at 17,500 miles per hour and barely a movement except for the air conditioning. Sorry, Adam, you're outdone again.
Every single practical scientific reference on this Earth proves scientifically
that Yellow Earth Observer is a know-nothing blowhard who shouldn't be allowed around dangerous implements like teaspoons. I just showed you a practical demonstration as per your requirements. You've got to pony up, boy. Order that poster from Simon Dan, display it in your cab. And show us all you've done so. Oh, and don't forget, contact me, Adam. Earn £2,600 for a charity of your choice merely by turning up and having a debate, win or lose.
Your move, sucker.
Oops. I don't entirely know exactly what's going on.
Geez, that tower crane looked a bit rusty. Was that his crane, was it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because we're really going to allow cranes in that state in this country.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't be my favourite place to work, that's for sure.
I don't
enjoy that. This was done last year, this time.
Is G5 a mind control experiment by the Russian government? What about the idea that COVID was engineered by the vaccine industry? How can we tell apart science from pseudoscience? This is what we will talk about today. Now, how to tell science from pseudoscience about, but this is YouTube. So instead of telling you what everybody's to explain something in scientific terms. What scientists mean by if we have such a model, we say it explains the data, or at least part of it. One of the best historical examples for constructing scientific models is astronomy. Astronomy has been all about finding patterns in the motions of celestial objects. And once you know the patterns, they will quite literally connect the dots. Visually speaking, a scientific model gives you a curve that connects data points. This is arguably oversimplified, but it is an instructive visualization because it tells you when a model stops being scientific. This happens if the model has so much freedom that it can fit any data, because then the model does not explain anything. You would be better off just collecting the data. This is also known as data to explain. You may as well not bother with that model. It's not scientific. There is something else one can learn from this simple image, which is that making a model more complicated will generally allow a better fit to the data. So if one asks what is the best explanation of a set of data, one has to ask, when does adding another parameter not justify the slightly better fit to the data you'd get from it? For our purposes, it does not matter just exactly how to calculate this, so let me just say that there are statistical methods to evaluate exactly this. This means we can quantify how well a model explains data. Now, all of what I just said was very quantitative, and not in all disciplines of science are models quantitative. But the general point holds. If you have a model that requires many assumptions to explain few observations, and if you hold on to that model, even though there is a simpler explanation, then that is unscientific. And needless to say, if you have a model that does not explain any observation, then that is also not scientific. A typical case of pseudoscience are conspiracy theories. Whether that is the idea that the Earth is flat, but NASA has been covering up the evidence since the days of Ptolemies at least, or that G5 is a plan by the government to mind control you using secret radiation, or that COVID was engineered by the vaccine industry for profit, all these ideas have in common that they are contrived. You have to make a lot of assumptions for these ideas to agree with reality. Assumptions like somehow it's been possible to consistently fake all the data and images of around Earth and brainwash every single airline pilot, or it is possible to control other people's mind, and yet somehow that has not prevented you from figuring out that minds are being controlled. These control.
Some people are saying they're having trouble getting buffering and stuff.
Yeah, I had a little.
Fine for me.
I did have an issue with that earlier.
Yeah.
What about you, John? Well, he dropped out.
Contrived assumptions are the equivalent of overfitting. That's what makes these conspiracy theories unscientific. The scientific explanations are the simple ones round. G5 is a wireless network. Bats carry many coronaviruses. These have jumped over to humans before, and that's most likely where COVID also came from. Let us look at some other popular example, Darwinian evolution. Darwinian evolution is a good scientific theory because it connects the... I think that in principle it should be possible to quantify this fit to data, but arguably no one has done that. Creationism, on the other hand, simply posits that Earth was created with everything in place. That means creationism puts in as much information as you get out of it. It therefore does not explain anything. This does not mean it's wrong, but it means it is unscientific. Another way to tell pseudoscience from science is that a lot of pseudoscientists like to brag with making predictions. But just because you have a model that makes predictions does not mean it's scientific. And the opposite is also true. Just because a model does not make predictions does not mean it is not scientific. This is because it does not take much to make a prediction. I can predict, for example, that one of your relatives will fall ill in the coming week. And just coincidentally, this will be correct for some of you. Are you impressed? Probably not. Why? Because to demonstrate that this prediction was scientific, I'd have to show it was better than a random guess. For this, I'd have to tell you what model I use and what the assumptions were. But of course, I didn't have a model, I just made a guess. And the simplest explanation that I was right is that I was coincidentally right. A model that does not make predictions can still be scientific if it explains a lot of already existing data. Pandemic models are actually a good example for scientific models which do not make predictions. It is basically impossible to make predictions for the spread of infectious diseases because that spread depends on policy decisions which themselves cannot be predicted. So with pandemic models, we really make projections, or we can look at certain scenarios that are if-then cases. If we do not cancel large events, then the spread will likely look like this. If we do cancel them, the spread will more likely look like that. It's not a prediction, because we cannot predict whether large events will be cancelled, but that does not make these models unscientific. They are scientific because they accurately describe the spread of epidemics on record. These are simple explanations that fit a lot of data, and that's why we use them in the first place. The same is the case for climate models. The simplest explanation for our observation, the one that fits the data with the least amount of assumptions, is that climate change is due to increasing carbon dioxide levels and caused by humans. That's what the science says. So if you want to know whether a model is scientific, ask how much data it can correctly reproduce and how many assumptions were required for this. Having said that, it can be difficult to tell science from pseudoscience if an idea has not yet been fully developed and you're constantly being told it's promising, but no one can ever actually show the model fits to data because they say they are not done with the research. We see this in the foundations of physics, most prominently with string theory. String theory, if it would work as advertised, could be good science. But string theorists never seem to get to the point where the idea would actually be useful. In this case, then, the question is really a different one, namely, how much time and money should you throw at a certain research direction to even find out whether it's science or pseudoscience? And that, ultimately, is a decision that falls to those who fund that research. Thanks for watching. See you next week.
Interesting.
Shame the flatties can't understand that stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're keeping you up, Paul.
What's that?
We're keeping you up.
No, but your keyboard's keeping me awake, Alan.
Oh dear.
And there's
it is late. It is late here.
It's late here.
Let's go off-roading.
Nearly 10 to 4.
How does Monk walk on the moon without a spacesuit?
Held his breath.
You're holding your breath.
Yeah, what it is. How cool must that have been? Not only did they go to the moon, they got to tear ass around it on a four-wheel, four-steer lunar buggy.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Four-wheel drive, four-wheel steering.
Yeah.
And it was an EV, and I have to go, guys, because my carer's here. So see you next time.
Later,
Alan.
See you, Alan.
The only problem with that buggy on the moon, if they got a flat tyre, the NRMA would have took ages to get there.
What tyres?
That was
they're not inflated.
The joke was NRMA getting there.
I know.
Yeah.
That thing was actually designed so if 3 of the 4 electric motors packed up, it could still get them back. If they'd gone out a fair distance, it could still get them back to the lunar module on one wheel and one-wheel drive.
Unfortunately, the video is sped up as well, so it, I forget where I got it from, but
yeah, that was
frame
a
rate
very,
was
very clever
completely
bit
wrong.
of kit.
And if that thing tried to drive on the Earth, it would have had a bit of a problem with the extra gravity effect of it.
yeah, I'm not entirely sure that the structure of the wheels themselves could hold the weight in Earth's gravity, not with 2 fully laden astronauts on it as well. I'm not sure. Because, of course, it didn't have conventional tyres, did it?
Is that still up there?
Say, I mean,
you think?
Yeah, there's 3 of them up there.
3
Apollos
of them,
15, 16, and 17 had one each.
Would they be still operational?
I think you can pretty much guarantee that the batteries will be as flat as a fart.
Okay.
And I don't. They had no way of recharging them.
They didn't have to think of it back then to recharge batteries.
Well, I think they just figured that they didn't need to.
Okay.
They knew how long they're going to be on the surface of the moon.
Yeah.
They knew how long they were liable to be driving for, and it's like, yeah, the batteries can cope with that, and they did. So yeah, they didn't. I don't think they had any facility to recharge them.
What we got left? Flat Earth shows Earth's curve to everyone. That was Simon Dan's one.
Clearly keeping you up, Paul.
Well, keeping me up too.
Yeah.
Oh, it is almost
it's all right.
1 o'clock.
I can actually sleep in tomorrow morning. That'll be fine. But I just can't sleep in on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
We're shipping out 5,000 Harvard students on Monday.
Yeah, we might leave it there for Wednesday.
Well, if everybody's starting to fall asleep, yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. Well, we've been going for 4 hours already, so time flies when you have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just playing around. This is the first time I've had my camera hooked up in 6 months.
Oh, well, I've got all this stuff in the chat thing. I'm trying to figure out where it popped up in there. You sent an invite, you sent an invite, you sent an invite.
Yeah, so we each got an individual invite.
Yeah, I'm just seeing what I've got in the internal chat thing here. Wow. Oh, and I had sent that to just... I didn't send it to everyone. Right, okay. And then if I pressed enter, that should have came up. There, look at that. Did that work? That should have came up in the internal chat. Something. Yeah, okay. I'll have a look at the other apps, if they've got other choices of what other games or whatever activities. See if there's anything interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to thank you all, as usual. Alan's already gone, so Alan will have to talk to us later. Well, thanks, Monk. I know you come periodically, irregularly. That's consistent.
Yeah, I mean, it was less than 3 months this time, so...
Consistently inconsistent.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah. Antony Van... I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, Paul.
Leeuwenhoek.
Leeuwenhoek.
Yeah, that guy.
Him.
And blue with his planet on his t-shirt. He's got his t-shirt.
Yeah.
The planet.
Got my planet. There we go.
That's pretty cool.
Nice.
Your face is in the road of your planet. Oh, thanks, Farmer and his pussy.
Anytime, mate. Anytime. Except when I'm working.
Oh, I didn't think Peanuts. Better do that. Any last words from anyone about anything that they've seen or done since last Wednesday?
No.
No.
Nothing that's worth mentioning here, let's put it that way.
You finished with your Cavendish, Blue?
Yeah, just I got to wrap up the paper part of it now, and I got a few finishing touches to put on it before I transport it to its new home, which will probably take place here in another 3 or 4 weeks.
Have you got any carpentry job that you're going to plan to, that you want to do straight away as soon as you get your shed back?
Yeah, the first thing I got to do is get all that stuff out and sharpen everything again, I think.
Get all your tools all sorted
I never
out.
have understood why it does that, but if it just sits around, it won't take much just to tune it back up. So I'll get everything working again, then we'll think about what sort of project to get into.
Yeah, my son left me a chisel for me on the bench out there that I keep looking at. I think he used it to, I don't know what he used it for, but it's got chips all out of it, and I don't know if I'm
Cutting nails.
Yeah. He said, "Dad, can you sharpen that?" And I looked at it and I went, "Jeez." By the time I've got to be careful how much I grind off it. I don't want to detemper it and all that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, be careful on a disc.
I'll be running it. I'll be running it pretty slow, and I'll have water right there for me to keep it, room temperature at all, lower than room temperature, or as low as room temperature.
If you get a belt sander, that's the best thing.
Yeah, I haven't got one of them.
Yeah.
Just to take the end off it anyway.
I do everything the hard way. I've just got diamond stones. It's all manual.
Okay, that's that done.
I got a little Veritas sharpening jig I use on chisels and plane blades.
Now all my chisels, all I have to do is get out the little sharpening thing and the stone and just give it a little rub either there, here and there, and it brings the edge back. Oh, thanks Peanuts, thanks Death, Miro, Stewie, Dora. Who else do we have out there? I know Gary was there earlier. I have to scroll up. Carl. There was a naked person, but I didn't get to give him their spanner. They didn't come back.
Yeah.
Death. Facty was out there. Hey Facty, long time no talk. Stevie B. John Watson was out there too. Who else was out there? Spooky. Judy. Still scrolling up. No, that's as far as I can go. I can only go so far. Oh, and Miro. Sorry, Miro. And Surf. Oh, and then in Blue. Okay, panel. Okay, Peanuts. Good night. Good
night, Peanuts. Good night, everybody.
And Monk's got his ball with the 90-degree angles.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just found that on a Discord on Blue.
Yeah, that was over on Gems.
I lifted it.
Yeah, I seen it over there.